When Timothy Trevithick received no answer on his knock on Susan Spangler's front door at about 10:30 in the morning on December 30th, 1978, he thought it was odd. Susan, his 15-year-old girlfriend, was inside. He knew her brother and mother were both at home too. Perhaps they had all overslept. He knocked harder, and again, more insistently. No answer. Finally, Tim went around the house to the back, but found all the doors locked. He eventually shimmied through a basement window and went up the stairs to find Susan apparently asleep in her bed. Upon closer examination, he saw she was dead. She'd been shot, once in the back. Her brother, David, was dead in his bed too, after an apparent struggle. David had died with his head and shoulders on the floor, his feet still up on the bed. Blood from a single gunshot stained the front of his shirt. Tim called the police. When Susan's father, Bob, came home later that day from the movies, he found police cars and ambulances at his Littleton, Colorado home. Inside was the ultimate horror. Not only were his children dead in their beds, but police found Nancy, his wife of 23 years, slumped over in her chair near the typewriter where she had written her suicide note, Bob's Smith & Wesson .38 revolver on the floor by her. Upstairs in their bedroom, a step stool was still in front of the closet where he kept his gun in the back of the top shelf. They'd been having marital problems, Bob told the police, but he had no idea that Nancy was capable of anything like this. They'd been separated for 9 months, but he'd recently moved back into the house and they were trying their best to reconcile. He agreed to take a polygraph test, to cooperate in any way that he could. His hands and gloves were tested for gunshot residue, and then the technician who tested him for the telltale gunshot powder took the distraught Spangler home with them for a spaghetti dinner and to spend the night with his family. They were old friends. And so, in one fell swoop, Robert Spangler was free of all family encumbrances. To all outward appearances, the event devastated him. But those who knew Nancy suspected there was more to the story. They were right. Robert Spangler and Nancy Stallman started dating in junior high school in their hometown of Ames, Iowa. According to Robert Scott in his book Married to Murder, Bob was a high school football hero and Nancy the all-American girl involved in a wide variety of extracurricular activities. They looked like they belonged together. Nancy certainly thought so. Bob was born in Des Moines, Iowa on January 10, 1933. He was adopted by Merlin and Ione Spangler of Ames, Iowa. Merlin was a professor and researcher at Iowa State University. A brilliant scholar, Merlin wrote a textbook, served as an officer in both World Wars, and helped formulate the Marston-Spangler theory of soil pressure on underground conduits, which survives today. There's even a geotechnical laboratory in the ISU campus named for him. Bob, not having the benefit of the genetic makeup of his adopted father, had only good looks and athletic aptitude to lean on, and a gift for acting. He went to college at his father's school, Iowa State, more because it was expected of him than his interest in higher education. But he finished with a degree in technical journalism, and Nancy was there too, a member of the synchronized swimming team and the yearbook staff. They married in 1955, and after a stint in the Army, Bob and Nancy settled down to raise a family and make a good home. Friends said she'd never been happier. Bob went to work for American Waterworks, moved them to Littleton, Colorado, not far from Denver, and in 1961, son David was born, followed in 1963 by daughter Susan. Nancy discovered a passion for gourmet cooking, and the family, to all outward appearances, was a perfect one. The first thing that got Stallman family members suspicious about the murders was their conviction that Nancy would never hurt herself or her children. Her children were her life, according to the Denver Rocky Mountain News. Nancy's friends and family members knew that she and Bob had been having some marital difficulties. He even moved out for a time, but the day before the murders, she was upbeat and hopeful about their reconciliation, in spite of the fact that Bob had been having an affair with a coworker. And then there were the inconsistencies in Spangler's story and the evidence. Shortly after the murders, Spangler's story changed. Later, he told police that he had come home, saw the bodies, and then went to the movies without calling anybody. He said he meant to call the police, and he was going to when he got back home again after he'd had a chance to process what he'd seen. But by the time he got back home, the police were already there, having been summoned by Susan's boyfriend. There were more inconsistencies. The test showed gunshot residue on Bob's gloves, but not on Nancy's hand. Tests showed no fingerprints on the typewriter, but instead there were obvious wipe marks. Why would Nancy wipe the keys of her typewriter after typing a suicide note that she'd merely signed with her initial N? Then the coroner determined that the handgun was fired from intermediate range, meaning 2 to 8 inches away from her head. Most self-inflicted gunshot wounds are contact wounds, the muzzle of the gun pressing against the skin. Women hardly ever shoot themselves in the face, but Nancy's bullet entry wound was high on her forehead. She had a neurological disorder that resulted in weakness and unsteadiness in her hands, casting further suspicions on whether or not she could hold a gun so far from her forehead and fire it. Besides, Nancy was afraid of guns. Not only was it unlikely she could or would fire a gun like that at herself, but there was also no way she could have wrestled with 17-year-old David, who had clearly wrestled with someone. Nancy weighed about 100 pounds. And then the gun was found 5.5 feet away from her body. None of this added up to Nancy's relatives. Even the police were suspicious, but there was no concrete evidence with which to charge her husband, Bob Spangler. He even showed up for his polygraph test. Twice. Both times he hyperventilated, rendering the tests useless. He was nervous, he said. Her family said he knew how to ace the test. He had all 3 bodies cremated right away. Bob Spangler was at his best with a woman by his side to admire his athletic abilities, and on July 14, 1979, just 7 months after the death of his entire family, and at the age of 46, he married again, and his new wife moved into the home he had once shared with Nancy and the kids. Sharon Cooper was a fit hiker and a writer whose passion was the Grand Canyon. She was sparkly and bubbly, although she suffered from manic depression and took a cocktail of drugs in an attempt to control that dark side of her personality, and Bob had been enamored with her ever since they met as co-workers at American Waterworks. In fact, they'd become lovers not long after they met, but they kept their affair under wraps. The fact that Bob had been married for 23 years and would likely lose half or more of everything should Nancy divorce him was a great incentive for discretion. Still, their neighbors and all friends of Nancy's were aghast that Bob would replace her and the children as quickly as he did, but he paid no attention to them. He was off on a new adventure. The whole chapter of family life with children had been closed. Bob readily admitted that he had a talent for compartmentalizing things and that he didn't care to live in the past. His new life consisted of Sharon, hikes in the Grand Canyon, and her 3 dogs, which were better than children. They didn't talk back. They didn't smoke dope. They respected him and behaved as they ought to. Sharon was a strict disciplinarian with the dogs, Sunshine, Shadow, and Molly, and they were perfectly trained. In 1986, 2 things of importance happened in the Spangler household. The first was that Sharon's book, One Foot in the Grand Canyon, and earned her a reputation as an authentic, realistic hiker and nature writer who laid it on the line with regards to the danger as well as the beauty of many of the Grand Canyon trails. She didn't sugarcoat anything. The other thing that happened in 1986 was that Bob, feeling some financial pressures, went to visit his father, Merlin Spangler, back in Ames, Iowa. The elder Spangler was now 92 years old, but in fine health. A few days after Bob arrived at his father's home, the elder Spangler took a terrible fall. He was dead within 2 weeks. Bob inherited a tidy sum and was able to retire, but Sharon's mental and emotional problems continued to escalate, and it was wearing on their marriage. In December 1987, Sharon made a frantic, incoherent call to the police, saying she was afraid of Bob. She ran from the house into a local supermarket and hid in a stockroom. She struggled with police when they tried to take her out of the grocery store, convinced that Bob was out to get her, and it's uncertain if she was justifiably terror-struck or if her medications were out of whack. Regardless, she and Bob divorced soon thereafter. The divorce settlement was hard on Bob. It included spousal support payments to her of $500 per month until 1990, and then $400 per month until July 1997. She took another $150,000 in compensation from stocks and bonds, and they each had visitation rights with the 3 dogs, although Sharon took Shadow and left Sunshine and Molly with Bob. There was one strange clause to the divorce decree, and that was that Bob was to receive $20,000 back from her estate should Sharon predecease him. It was an expensive divorce for him. In fact, he had to go back to work, but he didn't seem to be able to quite sever ties with Sharon. Not then, and not for a long time. Sharon moved on and found Michael, another equally distressed soul to increasingly complicate her life. Bob, single again at 55, frantically sought a new mate. He started by placing a personals ad. Donna Sundling, an aerobics instructor with 5 grown children from nearby Evergreen, Colorado, answered his ad. Donna fell head over heels in love with Bob and was willing to do just about anything for him. The first thing she did was marry him on August 18, 1990, after a whirlwind courtship. Then he talked her into selling her expensive, upscale home and moving with him, on an apparent whim, to Durango, Colorado. There he got a job as a morning drive-time on-air personality for KRSJ, a country music station where he grew to enormous popularity. According to the Durango Herald, he also worked part-time as a referee for Durango Parks and Recreation, officiating at youth and adult basketball and soccer games. Bob was crazy about hiking the Grand Canyon, and their home was filled with large framed photos of the canyon, left over from his days with Sharon. Donna was fit and willing to do about anything for him, but besides suffering from vertigo, she was afraid of heights. A fitness instructor is not the same as a strong hiker, and at 56 years old, she struggled to keep up with her super fit, and proud of it, husband on some canyon hikes that scared her. She used ski poles to help her keep her balance on the trails. She did it, but she didn't like it. She did it for him. Eventually, she didn't go with them as often as he would have liked, and he sought out other hikers to join him on his treks. It wasn't long before Bob knew this marriage was in trouble too. Donna just wasn't what he expected. She wasn't what he wanted anymore. But divorce was expensive, as he'd already discovered with Sharon. She knew their marriage was in trouble too, and in an effort to save it, she agreed to one more Grand Canyon hike with him. On Easter Sunday, April 11, 1993, a disheveled but strangely calm Bob Spangler showed up at the Backcountry Ranger Station, saying that his wife had taken a tragic fall. She was dead 160 feet below the red wall at Horseshoe Mesa, where they'd stopped for a photo. He set up his camera to take a photograph of them both, and when he turned back around, she had vanished. He had heard nothing. When he saw her broken body lying motionless beneath him, he scrambled down, found her dead, washed the blood from her face with his handkerchief, covered her with a tarp, grabbed her pack, and headed back up to report the tragedy. The Rangers snickered about divorce by Grand Canyon, but there was no evidence of foul play, despite the fact that the place she fell was probably the only place on their hiking route that would have resulted in a fatal fall. And the fact that he never heard her cry out when she went over was an odd detail they couldn't quite forget. When he got home, the distraught Spangler called John Mackley, his boss at the radio station, and told him that Donna had fallen in the Grand Canyon and died, and that Spangler wouldn't be into work. He had her cremated right away. Donna left behind 5 grieving children and 5 grandchildren. Mackley and his wife, along with all the Spangler's friends and co-workers, attended the memorial service Bob designed, at which he eulogized her at length. One friend called the service tearless and weird. Spangler even went back to the Grand Canyon to scatter wildflower seeds at Donna's Point, the place at which she died. The grieving husband also went on local talk shows, discussing the dangers of hiking in the canyon. He was quoted in USA Today and on NPR. Afterward, he confided in John Mackley that his teenage son David had gone crazy back in 1978 and killed Bob's wife and daughter, then turned the gun on himself. When Mackley related this information to his wife, Pam remembers saying, "How much can one poor man endure?" It wasn't the first time Spangler had changed the facts of that story, and it wouldn't be the last. He told others that his whole family had died in a terrible car accident in which he was the driver and sole survivor. While Bob was busy with his failing marriage to Donna, his second wife, Sharon's life was falling apart. Michael, her boyfriend, was in even worse shape than she was, and when Bob reopened communications and told her about Donna's death, Sharon thought she might be able to lean on Bob, as always. Besides, she needed the comfort only her dogs could provide. So in July of 1994, she came to visit him in Durango and ended up staying in Bob's guest room. But it didn't help. Shadow, her dog and best friend, died, and Sharon was inconsolable. She spent day after day crying and mourning the loss. Bob, meantime, was the happiest disc jockey Durango had ever seen. Always ebullient and upbeat to a fault, he coached soccer and hiked local trails, always with a smile on his face. He reveled in his minor celebrity. John Mackley, his boss at the small radio station, never even knew Bob had a wife between Nancy and Donna, much less that she was back living with him. Spangler never once mentioned her to any of his co-workers. And then, on October 2nd, 1994, just 5 months after moving in with Bob, the 52-year-old Sharon's grief became too much for her to bear. She took an overdose of prescription medication and left a note on her bedroom door. "I've done it this time." From there, the details get sketchy. As usual, Bob would change his story. One version he told had him come home, see the note, try to rouse an unresponsive Sharon, and he carried her immediately to the emergency room. In another version, he came home, saw the note, but didn't pay any attention to it until much later when he went into her room, found her groggy, helped her into the car, and took her to the emergency room. What is certain is that she died a few hours after being treated in the hospital. Again, details are foggy. One account says that the doctors who treated her thought she'd be fine, but she was left alone in a room for a while with Spangler just before she died. Regardless, she did die, and there's no investigation into her death, and Spangler no longer had to pay the spousal support. He also got the $20,000 back from her estate. He had to file a lawsuit to get it, as had been stipulated in their divorce agreement, and he had her cremated right away. His co-workers at the small radio station never knew. They never knew he had another wife, never knew she was living with him after Donna's death, never knew he had taken her to the emergency room, never knew she had died. Even he must have thought that would sound like one too many dead wives. Bill Burnett, one of Donna's friends, certainly thought so, and phoned a friend in law enforcement to look into it. In 1998, Spangler suddenly quit his job at the radio station, sold everything. He had inherited Donna's half of their Durango home, and moved to Pennsylvania to pursue a woman he had met over the internet. That particular relationship didn't pan out, but he was on the move, on the hunt, and he relentlessly pursued women, desperate to be married again. His favorite date was a hike in the Grand Canyon, but by now he was being watched by the police. They were afraid there would be another Grand Canyon accident. Bob eventually moved to Grand Junction, Colorado, to pursue a woman whose interest in him began to wane. He continued to encourage her while dating others. He didn't have time to waste. By the time he met Judy Hilty at a breakfast for singles, he was working as vice president of Applecrest Irrigation Company and dabbling in community theater. He and Judy were instantly attracted to each other, and all other women fell into the background. Then he had a little trouble with his eyesight. Then he couldn't remember his lines in play rehearsals and had some trouble concentrating. He went to the doctor on August 12, 2000, and got the bad news: inoperable lung cancer that had spread to his brain. Spangler was 67. On September 1st, he and Judy married. The cops moved closer. They were afraid Judy was about to have an accident. The first time the police went to visit Bob was right after Sharon's death in August 1995. Alerted by one dead wife too many, investigations were reopened into the death of Nancy and her children by the Arapahoe County Police. Investigator Paul Goodman began working in conjunction with investigator Bev Perry with the FBI on the death of Donna on federal lands in the Grand Canyon. Bob was not surprised to see the police and invited the investigators in, spoke calmly with them about the tragedies that had befallen him. He continued to change the details of his stories, and when asked about that, he said, "I compartmentalize things and don't live in the past." Investigators left him, but behind the scenes, work had just begun. It required amazing coordination of efforts, since he was being investigated for not only a Colorado state murder case, but also a federal murder. And then there were the suspicious deaths of both his father and his second wife, Sharon. Over the years, the Spangler file began to build with questionnaires sent to many Durango residents and the re-examination of old forensic evidence with up-to-date technology. Camille Bibles, Assistant United States Attorney, was now involved, and the wheels of justice began to grind a little more rapidly. But once his terminal diagnosis was confirmed, they had no choice but to make their move. The way to handle Spangler, the investigators realized, was to play to his enormous ego. When they finally knocked on the door of his Grand Junction home and invited him to the police station for questioning, they already had set the stage. Spangler had to walk past boxes and boxes marked Spangler Task Force. This pleased him. The police began by telling him that they'd never investigated a killer quite like him before. His response? "It requires a singular focus in committing the actual crime, quite cold-bloodedly," Spangler said. Facing death from cancer, he was eager to unburden himself and readily confessed to the killing of Nancy and the children. Strangely enough, he wanted to confess these crimes to a profiler who could perhaps answer a few questions about himself. He was adopted, he said. He didn't know how he could have behaved the way he had. Investigators said that the profilers only spoke to serial killers who had killed more than 3 people. Apparently, one had to be a real killer for an interview with a profiler. Just killing 3 wasn't good enough. Spangler was fascinated with the idea of talking with a profiler. He thought about that for a moment, then asked to speak privately with his wife. They agreed and let Bob and Judy have some time alone together. When he returned, he said, "You've got your serial." By 1974, Bob Spangler was bored out of his mind. His kids were out of control, and his wife had a life of her own, but he was just a worker bee, droning through life. Then he met Sharon at work. She was vivacious and sparkly, and he was more than smitten with her. He was obsessed. He moved out of the house, and for 9 months he rarely even saw the children. He was busy with his new life, his new love. But divorce was going to be horribly expensive after all those years of marriage. There had to be another way. Slowly, a cure for his problems began to formulate in his mind. He moved back in with Nancy and the kids to try to reconcile, or so he told everyone. The kids had lost respect for him and weren't shy about offering up that opinion. He carefully set the stage for this little play, typing a suicide note on the typewriter in the basement. He told Nancy it was a Christmas letter and set it in front of her. Without reading it, she signed her initial. Then he staged a big fight with her on the evening of December 29th and made sure that there were witnesses to it. Then, on December 30th, he placed a footstool in front of the open closet door where he kept his .38 revolver and lured Nancy to the basement. He had her sit in front of the typewriter, told her he had a surprise for her and to close her eyes. Excitedly, she did what she was told, and he shot her in the forehead. Then he sneaked upstairs and shot Susan once in the back. David was more difficult because Bob had to shoot him in the chest, and David didn't die right away. He wrestled with his dad, but Bob couldn't shoot him again because he knew Nancy wouldn't have done that. So he smothered his son with the boy's own pillow. Then Bob left the house, drove around for a while, and eventually went to see the animated Lord of the Rings. It seemed like a good idea at the time, he said of the massacre. It wasn't long after Bob married fitness instructor Donna that he realized she was not the woman for him. He met her via personal ads, and while she had seemed perfect, time proved that they had nothing in common. There was only her undying devotion to him. Bob was eager to show everyone, particularly the women in his life, his athletic prowess, but Donna didn't enjoy hiking in the Grand Canyon, and it had become his life. He knew from his expensive experience divorcing Sharon that Donna would likely take him to the cleaners, especially since he had encouraged her to sell her very nice evergreen home and put all that money into the Durango house. There was a solution to his unhappiness, he knew, that would be easier than divorce. He finally succeeded in talking her into taking another Grand Canyon trip with them and masterminded his plan on the way. They would hike a trail that went past the Red Wall on Horseshoe Mesa, a ledge that was perfect for the crime, in that the drop-off was so severe that she was certain to die when she hit bottom. Even Sharon, the Grand Canyon expert, was afraid of that area. Bob queried hikers they met on the trail to make certain they wouldn't be camping in the same vicinity, and in fact, he and Donna camped on an illegal site just to make certain of it. The next morning, Easter Sunday, he decided it was now or never and shoved her over the ledge while she was looking him right in the face. Then he climbed down to her, perhaps to make certain she was dead, and to complete the task if she wasn't. He cleaned the blood off her face, covered her with a tarp, and went to the authorities. He said their marriage had been a mistake. Except for just those 2 bad days, Spangler told investigators, he'd been a model citizen. He denied all responsibility for the death of Sharon. But on November 5, 2000, he pled not guilty, intimating that his brain cancer had led him to make faulty confessions. The Arapahoe County District Attorney's Office consulted with Nancy's family and determined it would be a waste of money to bring him to Colorado for trial for the murder of his Littleton, Colorado family. It just didn't seem like a prudent expenditure, prosecution spokesman Michael Knight said, since Spangler had an apparent month or so left to live. The families agreed. David Fitch, Nancy Spangler's half-brother, said, "If the man truly has terminal cancer, it's very unlikely he'd survive until the end of the trial." Spangler eventually signed a plea agreement to serve life in prison for Donna Sundling's first-degree murder. His request to have his ashes spread in the Grand Canyon was denied. Judy Hilty Spangler stood by her man until the very end. She said her husband had told her that his prior marriages had ended tragically, but she never suspected he was involved in their deaths. "I had no idea he was capable of this sort of thing," she said. "He always seemed a very gentle person." Bob Spangler died in the Federal Corrections Medical Center in Springfield, Missouri at 3:15 a.m. on August 5, 2001, 10 months after being taken into custody and 23 years after killing Nancy and the kids. Elizabeth Kenyon taught emotionally disturbed children in 1984 at Coral Gables High School, south of Miami, Florida, but hoped to return to fashion modeling one day. At age 23, she was the kind of beautiful young woman that turned men's heads. 2 years earlier, she'd won the title of Orange Bowl Princess and had been a finalist in the Miss Florida contest. With thick brown hair and a wide, sociable grin, she made friends easily. On March 4th, Kenyon left her apartment in Coral Gables to visit her parents in Pompano Beach, a trip she made every weekend. According to Bruce Gibney in his book The Beauty Queen Killer, Beth's father noticed bruises on her arms and legs that day. Alarmed, he asked her what had happened. She shrugged it off as a schoolyard fight that she had broken up. Kenyon stayed with her parents until 9 o'clock that evening and then got into her car to return home. Her roommate recalled that she arrived around 10 and went to bed. She went to work the next day and spoke to Mitch Fry, the school's police officer and security patrol, in the parking lot. He watched her get into her car and drive away. Fry was the last person to see Kenyon alive. On Tuesday, she did not show up for work, so Fry called her roommate and learned that Beth had not come home the night before, nor had she called to tell anyone where she was. Beth was not the type that would go somewhere without telling someone. Calls to others who knew her got everyone worried. Her parents began calling around to friends and to hospitals, but with no luck. Finally, they contacted the police at the Metro-Dade Public Safety Department and filed a missing person report. Several days went by with no news, so Bill Kenyon took matters into his own hands. He hired a private investigator, Kenneth Whitaker, to investigate the matter. He discovered that there were several men in Beth's life, and thus several potential suspects. Beth had been on a dinner date recently with a man from West Germany. She'd begun seeing a man again with whom she had broken off the relationship, and she had occasionally been having dinner with a former boyfriend, a photographer named Christopher Wilder. She had told her father that Wilder had been a real gentleman on the first date. After a few more dates, he had even proposed marriage. But Beth had felt that he was too old for her at 17 years her senior, so over the past 2 years, they had remained friends. Whitaker questioned Beth's parents about each of these men and learned that Beth had mentioned Wilder to them the day before she'd disappeared. He'd gotten her an opportunity to do some modeling for good money. Yet a call to Wilder produced only disappointing results. The man claimed he had not seen Beth in over a month. The other 2 men did not seem like viable suspects either. The investigation seemed to have reached a dead end when another former boyfriend stopped at a gas station in Coral Gables to show Beth's picture around. It was a Shell station where Beth usually bought her gas. To everyone's surprise, 2 attendants said that Beth had been there on Monday afternoon. She was about to pay when a man in a gray Cadillac drove in behind her and paid the bill. Beth seemed to know him, and she mentioned that they were on the way to the airport. When the attendants were shown photographs, they easily picked out Chris Wilder as the man with her. Beth's car was subsequently found at Miami International Airport, yet she had not packed to go anywhere. The police would not help with what was still a missing persons case, so Bill Kenyon staked out Wilder's house himself. When he did not find the man at home, he sent his investigator to the Boynton Beach police to ask about Wilder. They told Whitaker they had a lengthy rap sheet on him. He was far from the gentleman that Beth had once described. He'd had a history of sexual offenses. Beth's parents suddenly realized that, on the very night that Beth had visited them for the last time, they'd seen a television report about another missing woman, one who looked very much like Beth. The Kenyons were chilled by the resemblance. Their instinct was that Wilder had been involved in their daughter's disappearance, and perhaps he had abducted both women. Rosario Gonzalez, 20, disappeared on February 26, 1984. She'd been working at a temporary job distributing aspirin samples at the Miami Grand Prix racetrack, where witnesses said she had left around noon with an older man. She, too, had pretty dark eyes and long brown hair. She had not even picked up her paycheck. Nothing clearly linked the two, except that Kenyon knew Christopher Wilder, who sometimes drove cars in races and often hung around at the Miami racetrack. Also, both participated in the Miss Florida contest and wanted to be models. In the book Human Monsters, David Everett reports that Rosario had previously posed for a book cover that Wilder photographed. That Wilder had lied about seeing Beth made him suspect. Now a look at his case file at the Boynton Beach police station convinced the private investigator that Wilder could very well be a sexual predator. Beth's rejection of his marriage proposal may have elevated her danger. Whitaker went with an ex-police officer to talk with Wilder at his office at the Sawtell Construction Company, which he owned with a partner. Wilder pulled up in the gray Cadillac described by the gas station attendants. Yet inside his office, he repeated his denial of having seen Beth in the past few days. He insisted the attendants had made a mistake in their identification. Then he brought in his secretary to vouch for his whereabouts, but that proved to have been a mistake. The investigators told her that they were looking for Beth Kenyon, and she said yes, the girl whose car was found at the airport. No one had mentioned an airport, and finding the car had not been made public. The secretary seemed flustered and asked Wilder if that wasn't the information he had given to her. Wilder was quick. He said that Beth's mother had told him that. Mrs. Kenyon later denied it. Around the same time, the police learned that Rosario Gonzalez, the other missing girl, had also known Christopher Wilder. That information spurred them into a countrywide hunt, following numerous leads and tips, many of which were mistaken identifications or dead ends. Then Whitaker informed them that Christopher Wilder had been at the Miami Grand Prix and that he was a suspect in Beth Kenyon's disappearance. These disappearances made a more serious matter, and regular detectives from Metro-Dade were now assigned to Beth Kenyon's case, with the possibility that the same suspect had kidnapped 2 girls within a week's time. They placed information in the newspaper, hoping to get some help from the public. Just as Christopher Wilder was celebrating his 39th birthday on March 13, the police were collecting a file on him. 3 days later, he read in the Miami Herald that a race car driver and wealthy contractor was suspected in the disappearances, and he realized it was time to move. He did keep his appointment with his therapist, who was treating him for sex crimes for which he'd received parole. Knowing his preference for girls with long hair and his fantasy about holding a girl captive, the therapist asked if he knew anything about the missing Rosario. He looked her in the eye and denied it. 2 days later, he dropped his 3 dogs at a kennel, withdrew a substantial amount of money from the bank, and told his partner he was being framed and was not going to jail. He got into his 1973 Chrysler New Yorker sedan and drove off. He had said to others that stress was bad for him. Now it was about to provoke a shocking spree. Born March 13, 1945, Christopher Bernard Wilder was the oldest child of an American naval officer and an Australian native. Immediately after he was born, writes Michael Newton in the Encyclopedia of Serial Killers, he was so close to death that a priest gave him last rites. Yet he recovered, though he remained sickly, and at the age of 2, he almost drowned in a swimming pool. A year later, he had an attack of convulsions that made him faint. His childhood was reasonably stable, but he did some window peeking in early adolescence and got into trouble when he was 17. He was arrested with a group of friends for the gang non-consensual sex of a girl on the beach of Sydney, Australia. I know, it sounds stupid, but I can't say that word on YouTube anymore. Anyway, he pleaded guilty and received a year of probation with counseling and electroshock therapy. That apparently provided some fuel for his fantasies, writes Gibney, for unlike before this treatment, he now imagined shocking girls while having sex with them. Therapists noted his need to dominate women and his desire to turn them into slaves for his pleasure. He wanted to hold a woman captive against her will. When he was 23, he married a woman who soon discovered his sexual dark side and left him after only 8 days. He had photographs of naked women in a briefcase, and he apparently used these to try to force a nurse into sexual relations. Instead, she went to the police but did not press charges in court. Around this time, Wilder, who had lived in the United States at one point during childhood, immigrated there in 1969, settling in Florida, where he did very well for himself during a building boom in the electrical and construction business. He bought a nice home, began racing cars, and developed his photography hobby. Michael Cartel points out in Disguise of Sanity that the diamond ring he wore was fake, his Porsche was 20 years old, and his nice home was constructed from leftover materials, so much of his glitter was a facade. He got into real estate, which further enriched him. He had a speedboat, sporty cars, and a home with an indoor-outdoor pool. He was known to hold some wild parties. But he got into trouble again. In 1971, he was turned into the police for trying to get women to pose for him in the nude. He wanted to take their photographs. He got off with a fine. Lying low for a while, he resurfaced with the police when, in a home in which he was doing a renovation, he forced a high school student to have oral sex. She turned him in, and this time, he went to court. When asked if he was sane enough to stand trial, Earl James says in Catching Serial Killers that he told the judge he was masturbating twice a week to the mental image of having non-consensual sex with a girl. He did not think that what he had done to the girl was wrong. A doctor who examined him said he was not safe in an unstructured environment. He and another psychiatrist recommended supervised treatment. Wilder tried to get his lawyer to make a deal, but the case went to trial. Nevertheless, a jury acquitted him. 3 years later, he adopted the name David Pierce to approach 2 girls in a shopping center, posing as a photographer who needed models for a job he had under contract. One went with him, and he drugged her and forced her to have sex in his truck. She turned him in, but he plea bargained the charges down to probation with therapy. At that time, he claimed he suffered from blackouts on weekends. He was scheduled to see a sex therapist who believed he had made progress over the months of treatment. Wilder returned to Australia to see his parents, but he did not stay out of trouble. In 1982, he was accused of grabbing 2 15-year-old girls from a beach and forcing them to pose without clothes for photographs. Cartel says that he bound them into subservient positions and masturbated over them. He let them go, and they went to the police. His parents posted his substantial bail, and he was allowed to return to Florida until his trial, set 5 months away. Then it was postponed and postponed again, and by the time his hearings were finally scheduled for April of 1984, he wasn't an easy man to find. Had even one of these judges understood the dangers of this sexual predator, he might have been stopped before so many girls died. This case contains several significant lessons to those called upon to investigate serial murders, writes Earl James. He devotes a chapter to the Wilder case, because it was an example of a man who traveled thousands of miles and whose behaviors were novel and extraordinarily depraved. In particular, he notes, investigators must be vigilant when they suspect someone of such crimes because these men will get others to lie for them and establish phony alibis. James believes that the police involved should have asked Wilder to take a polygraph in the Kenyon case, rather than just accept his version of events. It was a mistake that allowed this man to get away. They had enough on him to make the request, and not doing so was a serious misstep. It was also a mistake not to place him under surveillance the instant a link between the two missing women was suspected. Almost right away, it's suspected that he picked up a girl in Merritt Square shopping mall on Sunday, the day after he left, by luring her with the promise of a modeling career, her ultimate ambition. Terry Ferguson, 21, was from Satellite Beach, Florida, 2 hours north of where Wilder had departed. She was not far from home when she disappeared, and she was last seen at several different stores in the mall. Her stepfather found her car still parked there. An hour after she was last seen, Wilder called for a tow truck to come to a state road near Canaveral Groves to pull his car out of the sand. It was a lover's lane, but he was alone. He claimed he had gotten lost. He paid for the tow truck with his business partner's stolen credit card. Once free, he was on his way. 5 days later, on March 23rd, a female body was found about 70 miles west of Terry Ferguson's hometown, dumped in a snake-infested canal. The body was identified from dental charts as Terry. Once the story ran in the local newspaper, a witness came forward to say that she had seen the long-haired brunette talking to a tall, older man. Looking through mugshots, without hesitation, she picked out Wilder as the man with whom Terry had been speaking. But he was now long gone and had even killed again. Yet in his self-destructive drive, he made a serious mistake. His next victim was from Tallahassee, but he had grabbed her on March 20th from a shopping mall near Florida State University. Leaving her in a motel, he had driven her car to various places before abandoning it. He had then taken her across the Florida state line to Bainbridge, Georgia, close to Louisiana. Only 19, she was blonde and pretty. She had fallen for his line and made herself vulnerable. Instead of photographing her as promised, he tortured her, and from her, the police were able to learn a more detailed version of Wilder's peculiar modus operandi. Around 11 o'clock that night, she screamed at the motel, waking other overnight guests. A man intending to locate the source of the distress passed by another man with a suitcase who was rushing out. The stranger in a hurry excused himself, speaking in a foreign accent. He sped out of the parking lot as if to escape someone, and the screams had stopped, so there was no way to find the room from which they had originated. However, the girl eventually found her way to the night manager's desk. He was stunned to see her standing there, wrapped only in a sheet, her hair soaked in blood. Something was wrong with her eyes, but she urged him to call the police immediately, so he did. He called an ambulance as well, and they were able to determine that the girl's eyelids had been glued shut, and they found bruises all over her body. The motel clerk supplied the police with the name of the man who had registered for the room, paying with cash and using a Florida driver's license. He was in his mid to late 30s, around 6 feet tall, deeply tanned, and physically fit. He had thinning brown hair and a trimmed beard. A search of the room revealed that while the man may have packed quickly, he had taken anything that could have helped them identify him. Yet there were bloodstains on the wall, duct tape on the floor, and an indication that someone had used the bed. It was time to speak to the girl. At the hospital, she told police officers that she had been shopping at a mall near where she went to college and was in the parking lot when the man approached her. He told her that he was a photographer looking for a model to pose for him. She need only go with him to a nearby park, with no obligation. He told her she had a fresh face and she was just the type he was seeking. He would pay her $25 for less than an hour. He seemed sincere and credible. He was well-dressed, in a pinstripe suit, and not at all pushy. She had hesitated for a moment, but then decided to go along with him. He'd shown her some fashion magazines in his car and claimed that several of the impressive photos were his work. Something told the girl not to go with him, so she thanked him and declined. At that moment, he punched her hard in the stomach. Then he hit her in the face and pushed her into his car. She couldn't breathe, let alone struggle, and he was already in the car and driving fast before she got her bearings. When he stopped near a wooded area, he placed duct tape over her mouth and bound her hands together. A little farther away, he stopped again and put her in the trunk of his sedan. She lay there, bound and gagged, for hours while the man drove to an unknown destination. When he finally stopped, he opened the trunk, wrapped her in a sleeping blanket, and carried her over his shoulder into a motel room. She had no idea where they were or what he might do next. The man said he would kill her if she did not remain quiet. Then he began to subject her to torture. Cartel says that he intended to keep her there and torture her over a period of several days. He made her undress and then lay down next to her and masturbated. James says he also shaved off her pubic hair, and Cartel adds that he put a knife to her groin to see how she would react. Then he made her perform sexual acts, and finally, he had non-consensual sex with her. Twice. All this time, he was watching the television. She hoped this might be all he would do, but apparently he had decided to make things more interesting for himself. He pulled out an electrical cord, which appeared to have been cut in the middle and fashioned for some specific purpose. There was even a switch. She found out what this contraption was for when he applied 2 open copper wires to her flesh and used the cord to painfully shock her feet. Afterward, he used a bottle of superglue with an applicator to force her eyes shut, then used a blow dryer to harden it. He did a poor job of it since she managed to see what he was doing through tiny slits. He turned the channels until he found an aerobics show and then ordered his abductee to get up and dance in the way the women were dancing on the tube. She could barely see, but she complied. Her feet were still wired, so he shocked her into obedience when she did not perform as he wanted. The television seemed to mesmerize him. After a while, he stopped paying attention to her and remained glued to the screen. She thought she might be able to escape, so she moved toward the bathroom. He came at her, grabbing a hairdryer to hit her in the head. He had told her that he would kill her if she tried to escape, and now she faced that possibility. The girl was terrified. Nevertheless, she struggled with him and managed to get in the bathroom and lock the door. Her eye had been gouged and was bleeding, but for the moment she was safe. She turned around to the wall that was shared between rooms and pounded, screaming as loudly as she could. She heard fumbling in the room, and then the door slammed closed. She prayed that he was gone. Yet she waited fully half an hour before she dared to venture out to see. She hoped her screams had frightened him. Sure enough, when she cracked open the door, he had packed his toys and left. He'd even taken her clothes. But she thought he might still come back, so she ran out, grabbed a bedsheet to cover herself, and searched for help. At any moment, she knew, she might still encounter her captor, and he could still kill her. Yet to her relief, she made it to the hotel office without being stopped. After she told her story, the sheriff issued notices to all patrol cars to be on the lookout for a cream-colored Chrysler sedan and sent bulletins to neighboring states. They also sent a notice to the FBI since, with a kidnapping, they could now step in. In fact, they had already been on the case while Wilder was still in Florida. Aware of the 2 missing girls in Florida, they gave this incident a lot of attention. Christopher Wilder, a convicted sex offender, was a very dangerous man, and he was desperate. Yet despite his knowledge that the law was after him, he was clearly unafraid of approaching and grabbing girls along the way. No one spotted the car. Wilder managed to get to Texas, where he found his next victim. Terry Diane Walden, a 24-year-old nurse from Beaumont and mother of 2, told her husband on March 21st that a bearded older man had approached her and asked if she would pose for him as a model. She'd turned him down, but he had asked her to go with him to his car to see some samples of his work. She requested quite firmly that he leave her alone. Then, 2 days later, on Friday, she disappeared. Her husband failed to make the connection at first. A friend had seen her around 11:30 that morning, hurrying through the student union at the college where she took classes, and her orange Mercury Cougar was gone from where she usually parked it. Her frantic family went through the weekend trying to locate her. Then, on Monday morning, March 26, a worker found her floating face down in a canal near a dam. She was fully clothed. The pathologist found that she had been tied up with different types of rope at one point, gagged with tape, and stabbed multiple times, but there's no indication of non-consensual sex. 40 detectives were assigned to the case. They found a strip of duct tape in the water, footprints nearby, and tire tracks, but they could not find Terry's car. The FBI came in to help. They knew that Wilder had stolen license plates in Baton Rouge shortly before to place on his Chrysler. He had stayed at a motel near Beaumont, where he had registered under his partner's name, L.K. Kimbrell. Terry's husband supplied a description of the man who had approached her, and it matched Wilder. Then his abandoned Chrysler, sans plates, was located. It appeared that he had removed the stolen plates from his car and had probably put them on Terry's. At least they knew the car he was using and the license plate number. But he had a head start. By then, he'd reached Nevada via Oklahoma and Colorado. Reports of missing women were turning up almost daily. On March 25th, Wilder had grabbed Suzanne Logan, 21, from an Oklahoma City shopping mall where she had driven after dropping her husband off at work. Because she did not keep an appointment that afternoon or pick her husband up, he reported her missing. On the same day that Terry Walden was discovered, a fisherman found Logan floating in a reservoir. Unlike Walden, she had been tortured and had non-consensual sex before being stabbed to death. James says some of her clothes had been removed and her face was badly bruised. She also had small cuts on her back, as if stabbed superficially with a knife. Her pubic hair was shaved, and her long blonde locks had been snipped off. Eventually, a maid found her hair in a waste paper basket at a motel. Logan had likely been lured by her interest in modeling, and Gibney says she had been dead less than an hour when she was found, but was not identified for over a week. Shortly after this gruesome discovery, but in Colorado, blonde Cheryl Bonaventura, 18, was kidnapped from a Grand Junction mall. A witness described a bearded, well-dressed man who looked like Wilder talking with her. He had wandered through the mall, soliciting women for photographs and modeling jobs. Someone had seen her with Cheryl, a girl who'd already done some modeling and hoped to do more. She had likely been an easy mark for him. Her Mazda was left in the parking lot, locked, with her sunglasses inside. With a nationwide alert now targeting Christopher Wilder as a fugitive and predator of pretty girls, this missing persons report received immediate attention. A waitress later said she had spotted Cheryl on the same day she disappeared, having lunch in Silverton, Colorado, 100 miles away, with a man who looked like Wilder. She gave the waitress her name and told her they were heading for Vegas. Another teenage girl had eaten lunch and left the restaurant with them as well. Wilder and company spent the night in a motel in Durango and went into Las Vegas, but that was the end of the ride for Cheryl. Wilder was already scouting out his next prey. She disappeared from Las Vegas on April Fool's Day. Only 17 but highly photogenic, Michelle Korfman had been in a fashion show sponsored by 17 magazine. A photograph examined later showed Wilder in attendance, smiling broadly as he watched her. She wanted to be a model. It probably wasn't difficult for him to persuade her to accompany him, or at least to listen to him until he had her at a disadvantage. Witnesses saw them leave together, and other people recall him approaching a number of women that day about modeling. 8 turned him down, but some had agreed to meet with him in front of Caesar's Palace. He had not shown up. Michelle's car was found, which meant Wilder was still driving the orange Mercury. On April 3rd, the FBI placed Wilder on their 10 most wanted list, and the intensive manhunt picked up steam. At the time, the Behavioral Science Unit had been in operation for 6 years, with John Douglas as chief, and the agents were developing the computer database known as VICAP. They'd gone out to a number of locations to assist with serial crimes like non-consensual sex and murder, and now they had Christopher Wilder to consider. In Human Monsters, David Everett points out that this was the same month in which Henry Lee Lucas was convicted of murder in Texas after confessing to hundreds across several states. In Wilder's case, they knew who the perpetrator was. They just did not know where he was or where he would strike next on his path of death. Several times, they arrived at a motel or restaurant within hours of his departure. He kept stealing license plates and driving in erratic directions. He was exceedingly difficult to predict. While they judged him to be a classic serial killer, in retrospect, there are many criminologists who classify him as a spree killer. Yet if he killed the 2 women he had abducted in Florida and continued in that pattern without getting nervous and running, he would be a serial killer. There was some evidence later that he might have killed several years before. He was compulsive about killing. It was a sexual addiction. He was a charming white male in his 30s, spurred by sexual fantasies and excited by a certain type of victim. In this case, beautiful young women who could be models. Hence, he was dubbed the Beauty Queen Killer. He was highly mobile, willing to drive long distances to keep doing what he was doing. James says, "It's not unusual for a serial killer to drive between 100,000 and 200,000 miles in a year." Putting him on the 10 most wanted list generated more publicity about him countrywide and made it clear that catching him was an urgent matter. Everett says the FBI did not want to reveal many details of Wilder's brutality for fear of inspiring copycat crimes. Authorities monitored the use of the credit cards Wilder had stolen from his partner, but it was still difficult to determine where he was going. They expected that, at some point, he would try to leave the country. The best bet for him was Mexico, since that government would not deport a man who might face the death penalty or life without parole, as Wilder surely would do. At the very least, it would take years. To try to get a better sense of Wilder's personality, people who knew him were interviewed. His business partner said he spent a lot of time watching television because he didn't have much else to do, while others claimed that beautiful women went to his home in droves. He even had a girlfriend who could not believe the charges, although she recalled several strange incidents. Once Wilder had commanded her to leave his home, fearing he might hurt her, and another time she had woken up to find him at the foot of her bed. He claimed he did not know how he had gotten there or why. Someone brought forward photographs that Wilder had left for developing, which included women he did not know and prepubescent children. He had told his girlfriend that his photography hobby was a sickness, but he had to do it. In Florida, the dating service manager offered a tape that Wilder had made in 1981. He talked a lot about himself on the tape and said he wanted a long-term relationship, but not marriage. He was seeking depth and sincerity. He also indicated that he preferred women in their early 20s. The FBI broadcast the tape to help women who were approached by him to see him for what he was. He could be anywhere, and any pretty woman was a potential victim. There were a lot of shopping malls around the country, and one thing they knew for sure was that he would not stop abducting and killing pretty young girls until he was caught. A 16-year-old girl, Tina Marie, had filled out a job application at Hickory Farms, north of Torrance, California. Wilder had followed her into the store, and on their way outside, he offered her $100 to pose for him. He said he was shooting for a billboard, and she would be seen for miles around. What he needed, however, were a few test rolls. Apparently, she posed for some photos for him, but she told him she had to go home after one roll. To her surprise, he grew angry. He pulled out a revolver and stuck the barrel into her mouth. He then said, "Your modeling days are over." Binding her, he put her into his car, still the stolen one from Texas, and drove with her for over 200 miles to El Centro, California. There he already had a motel room, and he took her inside. He tied her to the bed and attacked her, yet he did not kill her. It has been speculated, said Michael Cartel, that Wilder stopped short of killing her because he believed she was robotic enough to help him capture other victims. A missing persons report was filed right away. She had family and a boyfriend who insisted she would not have run away. She clearly had been at Hickory Farms. From there, no one knew where she had gone, but she had not come home. The store manager identified Christopher Wilder as the man he had seen approaching her. Wilder and his captive now turned and drove east. They stayed in Taos, New Mexico on April 7th. He began to spot newspaper articles about him wherever he went, and the videotape from the dating service was broadcast on television. Now millions of people would know him on sight. They knew what kind of car he was driving. Yet that did not stop him. The next girl was also 16. Donette Wilt was filling out a form at a store in Gary, Indiana, when another girl interrupted her, introducing herself as Tina Marie Wilder, and asked her to step outside the store to speak to the manager. That turned out to be Wilder. He had forced one victim to lure yet another, and he grabbed Donette and used a gun to force her into the car. He placed duct tape over both her eyes and mouth. Since he had a driver, Tina Marie, who had already been assaulted, he was free to torment and have non-consensual sex with Donette in the car. They stopped at a hotel in Ohio, where Donette was treated to Wilder's special torture device, and then they all drove across Pennsylvania to New York State. Tina Marie and Wilder took photographs at Niagara Falls before going to Rochester, New York for the night. There, Donette was forced to have non-consensual sex and was tortured once again. Wilder warned both girls that he would kill them if they tried to draw attention to themselves or try to escape. They believed him, and while he took 3 or 4 showers each day, they remained in the various rooms. When Wilder saw an appeal for Tina Marie's return on television, he drove them both away and then took Donette into the woods near Penn Yan. He tried to suffocate her, but she struggled so much he could not get a grip, so he took out his knife and stabbed her, front and back. She pretended to be dead, so he left her there and walked back to the car. When she knew he was gone, she struggled to her feet and walked out to a road where she found someone who would take her to a hospital. She told the police that Wilder was driving the Mercury Cougar and was heading towards Canada. He had told the girls that he would not be taken alive. Even so, he wasn't so desperate yet that he didn't have time to go for yet another victim. At Eastview Mall, near Victor, New York, he had Tina Marie persuade 33-year-old Beth Dodge, who was getting out of a gold Pontiac Trans Am, to come over to their car. Wilder forced her inside and took her car keys. He had Tina Marie drive the Trans Am, following him. When Wilder found a deserted gravel pit, he made the woman get out and shot her in the back. He left the Mercury there and took the Trans Am. Wilder seemed to know his time was just about up. He drove to Boston's Logan Airport, gave Tina Marie enough money to fly back home and get a cab, and they parted ways. In Los Angeles, she later said that he had expressed a desire that she'd not be with him when he died. She barely got away with her life. And even boarding the plane, she said, she believed she would be shot in the back. Oddly, when she arrived in Los Angeles, she asked the cab driver to take her to a lingerie store first. She spoke to the sales manager and told her that Wilder had cut her hair short to make her look like the girl in the movie Flashdance. Then some friends saw her and took her to the police. On April 13th, Wilder tried to grab another girl. She was a 19-year-old by the side of the road whose car had broken down. Wilder offered to give her a lift to get gas, but when he passed the gas station, she knew something was up. She insisted he stop, so he pulled out a gun. However, he had to slow down in one place, and she grabbed the opportunity to open the door and leap out. Rolling away, she managed to escape. Wilder dumped several articles, such as his camera, suitcase, and things he'd taken from the victims, and then drove into New Hampshire. At a service station in Colebrook, New Hampshire, about 12 miles from the Canadian border, he drew the attention of 2 state troopers. Newton says they'd recognized the car from the FBI descriptions. Gibney says they knew it from recent news reports, while Cartel says they thought Wilder was acting strangely enough to investigate. They looked at him as he stood talking to the attendant and thought he looked like the guy on the FBI posters, sans beard. His tan indicated that he was not from around there. The troopers pulled in and got out of their car. They called out to him, and he dove inside the vehicle, apparently going for a gun. In the scuffle, one trooper, Leo Jellison, jumped on his back, grabbing for the .357 Magnum, and 2 shots were fired. One went through Wilder into the trooper's chest, lodging in his liver. The second went into Wilder's heart, obliterating it. He died on the spot. It was Friday the 13th. It had been 47 days since the first reported disappearance, and he had spent 26 days on the run. His luck had just run out. Found in his possession, as listed by both James and Gibney, were the .357 revolver, extra ammunition, handcuffs, rolls of duct tape, rope, a sleeping bag, his business partner's credit card, the specially designed electrical cord for stunning the women he picked up, and a novel by British author John Fowles called The Collector. Published in 1963, this story features a lone entomologist who collects butterflies and who also captures and imprisons a pretty art student named Miranda. He keeps her in his basement. Seeing nothing wrong with what he's done, he treats her well, expecting that this will eventually win her love, and willingly gives her anything she wants, except her freedom. While she grows to need his attention, since he's the only person she ever sees, she also views him as evil for his imprisonment of her. Nevertheless, she belongs to him, and this fantasy is not uncommon among sadists. Among those who hope to create sexual slaves were Jeffrey Dahmer, who murdered 17 men, Leonard Lake and Charles Ng, who tortured and killed an unknown number of people, and others who actually imprisoned women for sex for long stretches of time but did not kill them. One woman was kept in a box for 7 years. Therapists who had treated Wilder over a period of time knew that he loved this book and had practically memorized it. For him, it had been the ultimate fantasy. But now he would have no more chances to make it come true. Yet Wilder's wretched tale did not end there. 6 days after the autopsy, New Hampshire pathologist Robert Christie took a phone call from a man claiming to be from Harvard. According to Newton, this man said that Harvard wanted Wilder's brain for study. He agreed in the interest of science, but he wanted a formal written request. It never materialized, and when he phoned Harvard, no one there admitted to making any such call. Even as Wilder was cremated in Florida, there were many questions concerning the whereabouts of some of his victims. The families of the missing were sick with grief that they might never find their daughters. Yet, gradually, a few more were located and identified. On May 3rd, over a month after she had disappeared, Cheryl Bonaventura was found under a tree in Utah. She had been killed with a gun and also stabbed. Her time of death was estimated at around March 31st, 2 days after she was spotted with Wilder in a restaurant. 8 days later, in the Angeles National Forest, Michelle Korfman was discovered. She was badly decomposed, and it took almost a month to notify her family of the identification. Neither of the two girls who had disappeared in Florida, triggering Wilder's spree, were ever found. Some women who were murdered in places where he was known to have been on those dates were tentatively linked to him as well, particularly in Las Vegas. A couple of girls identified him from mugshots as the man who had grabbed them in Boynton Beach, Florida in 1983 and forced them to perform oral sex on him. They were 10 and 12. Even in Australia, he was linked to numerous incidents of non-consensual sex and 2 deaths. In 1965, 2 decades before his final run, 2 young women had accompanied a man matching Wilder's description to a beach near Sydney, and they were both found strangled and placed in a shallow grave. 2 more girls have been grabbed at malls in Florida. One was stabbed to death, and the other was never found. Several sets of skeletal remains were found near the property that Wilder owned, and 1 woman was estimated to have been dead for several years. In other places where Wilder was seen, girls disappeared. Some were found dead, and others disappeared altogether. Officer Jellison recovered from his wounds and was happy to know the identity of the man he had stopped from escaping into Canada. Thanks to him, it was the end of the line for Christopher Bernard Wilder, who left an estate estimated at being worth between $500,000 and almost $2 million. While he's credited with 8 victims, he's tentatively linked to so many others that it's impossible to know the final count of his victims. Since he died in an apparent suicide, Earl James suggests that when the police began to close in on him, he had already decided to kill himself. However, he wanted a final spree before doing so. Yet, given that he went to California and then New Hampshire, it seems more likely that he was trying to flee to another country. He got fairly close to the Mexican border, but something must have made him decide to turn around and go back across the country. James believes his intent to cross into Canada is unlikely, since he didn't choose a populated place to do so. But when he died, he was 10 minutes from the border. Some authors call him a nomadic killer, as if he chose to go from place to place as Ted Bundy did. However, that seems to be a mistaken notion as well. In Australia, he certainly had learned that one way to elude a trial was to just leave the country. It was also clear to him that he would have to leave the state of Florida. He's less the intentional nomad and more likely a killer on the run who grabbed opportunities to kill as he saw them. He also demonstrates that some serial killers use different methods to kill. He used suffocation, stabbing, and shooting. One victim was both stabbed and shot. Several were let go. Many were tortured, but some were merely killed for their cars. Some were left in rivers, some in rest areas, and one in a gravel pit. Yet he kept his victim type relatively stable. Psychologist Al C. Carlisle believes that serial killers have a divided personality. Carlisle points out that Wilder certainly exhibited a good side that fooled people and a bad side that harmed them. He maintained a public persona of an upstanding citizen and ran a successful business, even as he entertained and acted out his darker fantasies. As each one was played out and his life became more disappointing, Wilder's fantasies became more violent. Nevertheless, Carlisle admits, the pathological process that leads to the development of an obsessive appetite and possibly an addiction to kill is still one of the most perplexing psychological mysteries yet to be solved. Pam Kinnamore left work on a Friday evening, July 12, 2002. A mother, decorator, and antique dealer, Pam owned her own business called Comforts and Joys in Denham Springs, Louisiana. When her husband came home from work later that evening, Pam's car was there, but she was not. He waited for her to show up, but became worried as time passed. It was not like her to disappear without saying where she was going. Later that evening, he called the police and reported her missing. Police investigators did not initially suspect foul play. Perhaps she'd forgotten to tell her husband that she had made other plans that evening, or maybe there was an emergency with a family member. As the days passed, however, foul play became more likely. Shortly after her disappearance, Pam's family posted billboards with an award of $75,000 for her safe return and any information concerning her whereabouts. They were beginning to fear the worst-case scenario and prayed she would be found alive. Their hopes were dashed 5 days after she was reported missing. A state survey crew working near Whiskey Bay Bridge discovered a gruesome sight on July 16, 2002. Located on the boundary line between Baton Rouge and Lafayette, in a marshy area of the woods beneath the bridge, they noticed a human-like figure lying at the water's edge. As they approached, they discovered it was the nude body of a dead woman. It was Pam Kinnamore. Her remains were sent to the Orleans Parish Coroner's Office, where an autopsy was conducted. She had died from gash wounds to the neck, believed to have been made by a knife. She had non-consensual sex. Police learned that Kinnamore's death bore similarities to 2 other murdered women found in the same general area months earlier. Investigators suspected that, on the night of her disappearance, the killer found his way into the Kinnamore family home at 8338 Briarwood Place in Baton Rouge and abducted Pam. Because there was no sign of forced entry, police believe she trustingly led the killer in, or he entered through an unlocked window or door. At the time her body was discovered, it appeared as if the killer had taken a trophy of his victim. A plain silver toe ring that Kinnamore almost always wore had been removed from her body. Investigators believe the ring, if found, could be valuable evidence linking the killer to Kinnamore. 1 week after the discovery of Kinnamore's body, police learned some important information. A woman came forward claiming that she may have seen Kinnamore's body in an unidentified pickup truck on the night of her disappearance. According to the witness, who remained under police protection for fear of her life, she saw a man driving westbound on I-10 in a white pickup truck at about 3 a.m. She claimed there was a woman fitting Kinnamore's description slumped in the passenger seat. She appeared to be sleeping or dead. The witness glimpsed a white male driver, who she described as slight in build. She noticed the truck getting off at the Whiskey Bay exit, close to where Kinnamore's remains were later found. She immediately contacted the police when she realized that there may have been a connection between the man and woman in the truck and the disappearance of Kinnamore. A statement from the police concerning the suspicious vehicle was released after more details surfaced. Police were looking for a white General Motors, probably a Chevy, pickup truck, and possibly a 1996 or 1997 single cab model. The witness claimed to have seen the symbol of a fish on the rear left side part of the truck. Investigators believe the license plate may contain JT341. The state of origin of the license plate remains unknown. The police suspected that the same truck and driver were connected to the non-consensual sex case of a 28-year-old Mississippi woman 2 days after Kinnamore went missing. The woman told police that she was stopped by a man in a white truck fitting the description of the one seen on the night of Kinnamore's disappearance. She was coerced into the vehicle on I-10 and had non-consensual sex before being let go. The police released a composite of the man in July 2002 based on the witness's information. Investigators working on the Kinnamore murder case began looking for more similarities between Pam Kinnamore's death and the earlier murders of the 2 other women. Investigators set out to match DNA samples taken from the 3 cases. As police searched, they discovered mounting evidence that suggested Kinnamore was not the killer's first victim, nor would she be his last. One of the first victims known to die at the hands of the Baton Rouge serial killer was 41-year-old Gina Wilson Green. She was a nurse and office manager for Home Infusion Network. Her body was found at her home on Stanford Avenue in Baton Rouge on September 23, 2001. The divorcee lived alone in an apartment near Louisiana State University, LSU. An autopsy report stated that she had died from asphyxiation due to strangulation at about 9 a.m. Police discovered that several items were stolen from her home, including a cloth purse and a Nokia cellular phone. The purse was never found, but the phone was later recovered across town in an alley. 8 months later, the body of another woman was found in her townhouse on Charlot Avenue in Baton Rouge. The remains were of a 22-year-old LSU graduate named Charlotte Murray Pace. A roommate discovered her body at about 2 p.m. on May 31, 2002. She had been stabbed to death. Evidence showed the victim put up a fierce struggle before succumbing to her wounds. It was likely that her killer was also wounded during the attack. Like in Green's case, an autopsy showed evidence of non-consensual sex. Pace had recently moved before her death and lived for only 2 days at the house where her body was discovered. Her previous address was only 3 doors away from Gina Green. Investigators found no evidence that they ever knew each other. Several items were missing from Charlotte's possession. According to police reports, a brown and tan Louis Vuitton wallet with keys to Pace's BMW was stolen. The wallet contained her driver's license, as well as other personal effects. A VTech cellular phone and a silver ring were also taken. The killer did leave behind one thing police hoped would lead them to the identity of the killer: a footprint. In August 2002, a task force was formed of 40 investigators from various law enforcement agencies, including the FBI, the Baton Rouge Police Department, the East Baton Rouge Parish Sheriff's Office, the Louisiana State Police, the Lafayette Parish Sheriff's Office, and the Iberville Parish Sheriff's Office, among others. The multi-agency homicide task force was formed to establish a clearer line of communication among the bureaus. They believed this could help them share information better and catch the killer more quickly. Samples from the Pace crime scene were genetically compared with samples from the Green crime scene. DNA evidence indicated that the same man murdered the two women. Months later, the Louisiana State Crime Lab was also able to link Kinnemore's death to the same killer. Investigators continued to compare DNA samples of the killer with samples taken from several dozen unsolved murder cases over the last decade. They hoped to be able to obtain enough information so that the murderer, if caught, would be put behind bars for a long time. There was no doubt that Baton Rouge had a serial killer on the loose. By September 2002, the task force released more information concerning the footprint discovered at the murder scene of Charlotte Pace. A Rawlings brand athletic shoe made the print. The shoe, a men's size 10 or 11, was easier to identify because of its unique sole. It was a brand commonly sold at local discount stores. That month, the task force also released the detailed testimony of a woman who had an unusual encounter with a man outside a Winn-Dixie food store in mid-August. She was packing her groceries when the stranger approached her and began to question what she was doing. The man, carrying a jug of water, then followed her out of the store into the empty parking lot, chatting to her all the while. He mentioned his name was Joe and that he worked in construction. He then told her he could lift her up, although she was a large woman. Joe asked her to go out with them that night and was disappointed when she refused. The unusually persistent man said he wanted to get her a gift from his vehicle. He walked toward a large white truck that appeared to the woman to match the one connected with the murders. From his truck, he retrieved a tree vine and gave it to her. The woman was petrified and went to her car to wait for the man to leave. Shortly after the man drove off, she contacted the police. During an interview with the police, the woman was shown a sketch of a man suspected to have been involved in the killings. She said he looked just like Joe. However, the composite did not match that obtained by the Mississippi woman who had non-consensual sex with a man in a white truck 2 days following Kinnemore's disappearance. Nevertheless, investigators seized on the new evidence. Investigators analyzed surveillance videos of the parking lot, but it's unclear if the man was the suspect they sought. On November 21, 2002, a 23-year-old female Marine named Tanisha Dean Colomb disappeared. At about 1:30 p.m. that day, her black 1994 Mazda MX-3 was found with the keys in the ignition on Robbie Road in Grand Coteau. However, Colomb was nowhere in sight. 3 days later, a rabbit hunter discovered the nude remains of Colomb several hundred yards off the roadside in a wooded area of St. Landry Parish. Her body was found 30 miles from where her car had been discovered several days earlier. Medical examiners said she had been bludgeoned to death. Colomb had strongly resisted her attacker before she died. Task force investigators further revealed 1 month after her death that DNA evidence linked Colomb with the Pace, Green, and Kinnemore murders. She was to be the Baton Rouge serial killer's first known black victim and the first to be found outside the Baton Rouge area. Following Colomb's murder, FBI and task force investigators were able to provide the public with a more detailed investigative analysis of the killer and his behavior. They compiled a personality profile of the murderer based on information from similar crimes that occurred nationally and the specific details of the 4 recent crimes. According to investigators, the public release of a behavioral profile is an uncommon practice. However, the task force believed that informing the public might lead to more people coming forward with knowledge about the killer. The profile suggested the killer was male, between 25 and 35 years old. They believed he might be physically strong due to his ability to lift the bodies of the deceased women and carry them over unstable terrains, such as extremely muddy areas. He probably worked in a job that required such strength. Investigators believed it was highly likely the killer earned a below-average to average income. He probably worked in a position that required little social interaction with other people. There was evidence to suggest the murderer was able to obtain information on his victims before he abducted them. It appeared he had knowledge concerning the women's lifestyles and schedules and may have stalked them. Moreover, the 4 murders were probably planned, even though the killer showed signs of impulsivity. The behavioral analysis also suggested the killer was insecure and had difficulty interacting with women, especially those who portrayed themselves as sophisticated. Women he approached might have described him as being awkward but harmless. He may have crossed the line with some of the women he knew, those in whom he developed an intense interest. FBI profilers believe the offender likely displayed intense anger, anxiousness, irritation, and preoccupation with the news concerning the victims and any recent breakthrough discoveries relating to the cases. He may have even verbally renounced any investigative leads and blamed the victims for their deaths. In December 2002, task force investigators revealed a new lead in the case. They released a composite sketch of a man task force investigators called a person of interest. He's about 35 years old and white. The person was purportedly seen in a white pickup truck in the area where Collum's body was discovered on the same day and around the same time she went missing. The truck allegedly matched the description of the one seen in connection with the murder of Kinnemore. That same month, the task force told the public that it would be collecting DNA samples from approximately 100 potential suspects. The suspects were asked to voluntarily submit saliva samples obtained from a brisk swabbing of the mouth or scraping of the cheeks. 1 month earlier, 600 men had been asked to provide such samples. Those who refused to comply were further investigated and were said to have received some pressure from investigators until they willingly volunteered. Public fears climbed steadily. Gun and pepper spray sales had greatly increased in the area, as well as enrollment in self-defense classes. Even student class attendance at LSU slightly decreased because of fears of being abducted and murdered by the Baton Rouge serial killer. Investigators realized that if they didn't catch the killer soon, panic might ensue. In January 2003, the task force announced a new major development in the Baton Rouge killer case. It found another shoe print, allegedly from the killer, in the vicinity of Collum's body. It was the second shoe print to be found in connection with the killer. The first print was found at the murder scene of Charlotte Pace. The shoe size was the same in both instances, a men's 10 to 11. The shoe print was made by a pair of $40 2002 model Adidas-type basketball shoes, likely purchased in the area. Investigators also revealed that one of Collum's possessions was missing at the time of her death. The information was released in hopes that someone would come forward with information about the suspect. Investigators believed the chances of catching the killer were becoming more likely with every new piece of evidence. In 2002, task force investigators began using electric billboards to run ads about the killer. The billboards, provided by a local company called Lamar Advertising, were used to display up-to-date information concerning the murders, including the white truck and a composite of the suspect. The number of billboards increased from 2 to 6 in 2003, covering the Lafayette and Baton Rouge areas. Investigators were looking for the best means possible to keep the public informed in the hopes it would lead to the killer's capture and the prevention of further deaths. As the investigation reached its 1.5-year mark, it began to receive harsh criticism. One of the most vocal critics was the author and criminologist Dr. Robert Keppel, known for his unique approach used to investigate serial killers, such as Ted Bundy and the Green River Killer. During an interview in February 2003, Keppel focused on 4 major mistakes made by the task force. Keppel first suggested that there was a great possibility that the murderer's name was already in the task force's possession, but could easily get overlooked in the files, especially with such a flood of information coming in. Police often obtain the name of a killer within the first 30 days of an investigation, Keppel said. Keppel also criticized the task force for revealing the DNA link between the victims, saying it might hinder the investigation. He said it increased the likelihood that the killer might take greater care in leaving behind genetic evidence at the scene of future crimes. Keppel further stated that the public release of information concerning the shoes might also cause the killer to destroy them, making the murders more difficult to connect with them if ever caught. Moreover, he criticized the psychological profile, explaining that it only adds to information overload and takes away valuable time from the investigation. In his opinion, the only useful knowledge released by the task force was the composite sketch of the leading suspect and the information about the truck. In the interview, Keppel explained that it would be in the investigation's best interest not to focus on unusual characters that might stand out, but on someone who blends in and is usually there. On March 3, 2003, 26-year-old Carrie Lynn Yoder, a doctoral student at LSU, went missing from her home at 2450 Dodson Avenue. She lived only a few miles from Gina Green and Charlotte Pace's home. Like Columb, she lived alone. Her boyfriend of 3 years, Lee Stanton, reported her missing to police 2 days after she failed to contact him. Stanton told police he had last talked to Yoder on March 3rd, and she told him she was going to the Winn-Dixie grocery store on Burbank Drive. They made plans to talk that night or the following day, but when he did not hear from her, he began to worry. The next day, he went to check on her and noticed that her car was there and the lights were on in the house, but he did not go in. On March 5th, after still no contact, he decided to return to her house and look inside. He noticed that her keys, cellular phone, and purse were on the counter and the back door was open. It was then that he began to realize that something was terribly wrong. He immediately called the police. Stanton found everything else in the house appeared normal except for the wall-mounted key holder by the front door, which was dangling by one screw as if knocked off its hinges by force. He suggested there could have been a struggle in that area, but police did not suspect foul play. Police removed items from Yoder's home and took them to be analyzed at the crime lab. The items included her personal computer, her car, and the front door. They hoped to find fingerprints, messages, fibers, or other evidence. Upon further investigation, it was discovered that Yoder had indeed returned from the grocery store and had been home for several hours before she disappeared. Police intensely investigated her home and the surrounding area. They conducted a search using helicopters in the hopes that an aerial position might make it easier to locate her. Investigators also handed out questionnaires at the Winn-Dixie, looking for any information concerning her whereabouts. On March 13, 2003, Carrie Yoder's family and friends were confronted with their worst fears. On a rainy day, a man fishing in the Atchafalaya River Basin discovered Yoder's badly beaten body near the Whiskey Bay Bridge. She was found in the water near where Kinnamore's body had been discovered some 8 months earlier. According to medical examiners, she had died from strangulation. Moreover, it was determined that she had struggled with her killer before being asphyxiated. 1 week after her death, investigators initially claimed that there was no known link between her murder and the Baton Rouge serial killer. However, after DNA tests made from samples from the scene, she was proven to be the killer's 5th victim. Local organizations and individuals throughout Louisiana were shocked at the rash of deaths at the hand of the same person. The residents of southern Louisiana were living in daily fear that they might be the killer's next victim. Many people and area organizations donated substantial funds towards a reward for information into the arrest and conviction of the serial killer. On March 17, 2003, the friends and family of some of the victims rallied on the steps of the Louisiana State Capitol, demanding an end to the murders. They had had enough of the senseless loss of lives. Something more had to be done. A North Carolina investigative psychologist named Dr. Maurice Godwin claimed to have critical evidence concerning the murders. Godwin said he had constructed a geographical profile containing the places where the victims disappeared and where their bodies were discovered. He found that the crime scenes formed a triangular shape pattern on a map, which he believed pinpointed the area where the killer lived. Godwin claimed he presented his unique findings to task force investigators months before Yoder's death, but they showed no interest in his discovery. Godwin further claimed he was able to predict where the next murder would take place. Intriguingly, Yoder was abducted and found within the triangular shape pattern revealed by Godwin. In some respects, Godwin's theory agrees with one aspect of the profile, concerning the theory that the murders could have been planned. It was not a coincidence that Yoder was abducted from the same area where Pace and Green were murdered. Moreover, it was not a coincidence that her remains were discovered in the same vicinity as Kinnamore's. Near the end of March, the task force released important new information. The task force stated the public should no longer focus primarily on the latest sketches of the subject previously released by investigators, but on a person of any race. Moreover, the public should also be on the lookout for more than just the white truck, but any vehicle that might seem suspicious. The new information suggested that the sketch of the person of interest might not be directly related to the murders. The change in focus came after research and investigation into Carrie Yoder's case, specifically when talking with witnesses in the area. Another possible breakthrough in the case came to the public's attention just days after the task force's change of focus. A jogger found a letter addressed to Yoder several blocks from her home. Intriguingly, the letter was found on the same street where victims Gina Green and Charlotte Pace had once lived before their deaths. On April 8, 2003, the task force claimed another victim might be added to the growing list. 52-year-old prostitute Lillian Robinson from St. Martin, Louisiana, disappeared in January 2002. Robinson's niece was the last known person to see her alive. 1 month later, on February 10th, a fisherman had discovered Robinson's nude body floating in the waters of the Atchafalaya River, close to Whiskey Bay Bridge. She was found in the same vicinity where Kinnamore and Yoder were later found. According to police, Robinson's remains were in an advanced state of decomposition when found, due to the fact that she'd been in the water for nearly 1 week. This made it virtually impossible to extract adequate DNA samples from her body, which could connect her with the killer. She had been murdered in a similar manner as the other victims who were linked to the Baton Rouge killer. Evidence concerning Robinson's case was handed over to the task force in the hopes that a connection could be made between her death and that of the 5 murdered women. Task force investigators were also looking into the alleged abduction of another woman who may have fallen victim to the Baton Rouge serial killer. 31-year-old mother of 2 and nurse Melinda McGee disappeared from her home in Altmore, Alabama on March 24, 2003. Although she lived 250 miles from Baton Rouge, evidence found at her home suggested she was abducted by the same man. McGee called her husband and mother from her job at a nursing home before 8:30 a.m. on the morning of her disappearance. It was the last they ever heard from her. Sometime after she arrived home from work, it was believed she was abducted. The local police said that there was evidence of a struggle in the McGee home, but no clues suggesting that there was a homicide. Moreover, there was not enough evidence available in which DNA samples could be drawn. Police said there were similarities between McGee's disappearance and those of Kinnamore and Yoder. McGee has not been heard of since her disappearance, and no body has yet been found. Robinson and McGee were not the only other potential victims of the Baton Rouge serial killer. In May 2002, a 23-year-old LSU student, Christine Moore, left home in her car to go jogging at a park and never returned. Like in the Colombe case, Moore's car was found abandoned near River Road in Baton Rouge. Her body was found the following month on a dirt road in Iberville Parish, Louisiana. Medical examiners claim she died from blunt force trauma to the head. Although her murder was never officially recognized by the task force as connected to the Baton Rouge serial killer, there remain similarities between her case and those of some of his other victims. The police were checking 3 incidents the previous year in which a disarmingly attractive young black man either attacked or tried to attack women in St. Martin Parish. None of the 3 victims were killed. A new computer sketch was released showing a light-skinned black man. He was described as clean-cut, personable, and distinctly handsome. The man tried to charm his victims, said his name was Anthony, and behaved initially in a non-threatening manner. Previously, the Baton Rouge serial killer was thought to be white. During the last week of May 2003, DNA swabs taken from a West Feliciana Parish man who resembled the most recent composite of the suspect were rushed to the crime labs for analysis. It didn't take long for the lab technician to process the samples to realize that there was a positive match between the suspect's DNA and samples taken from Carrie Lynn Yoder. Technicians were able to further link the suspect to 3 more murders attributed to the suspected Baton Rouge serial killer. After many long months, investigators finally had their key suspect, 34-year-old Derek Todd Lee. On May 26, 2003, police issued an arrest warrant for Lee, who fled to Chicago and then Atlanta in an effort to escape murder charges. At the time the warrant was issued, he and his family had been gone for approximately 3 weeks. Police learned that on the day Lee voluntarily provided a DNA sample, his wife Jacqueline withdrew their young son and daughter from school, claiming they were moving to Los Angeles. The couple then quickly packed up their belongings and abandoned their brown brick ranch-style house on 4273 US 61 in St. Francisville of West Feliciana Parish, Louisiana. On May 27, 2003, Atlanta police working with a joint FBI Metropolitan Atlanta task force apprehended Lee at a hotel where he was lodging. Lee waived extradition and was flown back to Louisiana the following day. Initially, he was charged with only Carrie Lynn Yoder's murder. However, by early June, he was also accused of the murders of Green, Pace, Kinnamore, and Colombe based on DNA evidence linking him to the crimes. During the investigation into Lee, the police learned that he had an extensive criminal history. Lee's youthful record included a string of juvenile offenses that stretched back to 1984, when he was caught peeping into the home of a St. Francisville woman. It would mark the first of many such offenses. Lee never really outgrew his teenage fetish. As Lee grew older, his rap sheet became more extended, including arrests for attempted first-degree murder, stalking, peeping into homes, as well as break-in and burglary, among other crimes. Lee's arrests and related incidents between 1992 and 2001 were as follows. November 1992, Lee was arrested for illegal entry and burglary of Zachary resident Bob Benji's house. January 1993, Lee and his accomplice, Thomas Whitaker Jr., were arrested for breaking into the home of 73-year-old Melvin Foster, whom they beat with a stick and robbed. July 1993, Lee was sentenced to 1 year in prison for burglary. September 1995, Lee was arrested for a peeping incident and resisting arrest after being chased and caught by police after looking in the window of a woman. During the same month, Lee was arrested again for stealing from a Salvation Army thrift store. August 1997, Lee was arrested after being caught looking into the windows of a woman. August 1999, Lee was arrested after being caught in a woman's residence uninvited for being a peeping Tom and stalking. December 1999, received a suspended sentence on a misdemeanor stalking charge. January 2000, accused of attempted first-degree murder after severely kicking and stomping his girlfriend Cassandra Green at a bar after an argument over Lee's advances towards another woman. While trying to flee from the police following the incident, he allegedly tried to run over the sheriff's deputy with a car. Lee was sentenced to 2 years for the incident. September 2001, Lee was arrested for battery against his wife, but charges were later dismissed. Following the release of Lee's vast criminal history, residents of Baton Rouge were shocked that he was never suspected in the Baton Rouge murders, especially when the focus was changed to a man of color in March of 2003. Moreover, the task force was heavily criticized because Lee had been overlooked after having been brought to their attention by the Zachary Police Department in 2002. The Zachary police suspected Lee of the murder of 41-year-old Connie Warner in 1992 and the disappearance of 20-year-old Randy Meebrewer in 1998. Despite the mistakes made in the case, the task force was congratulated for their work in catching the killer. After Lee had been taken into police custody, the police, with the help of the FBI, immediately were focusing on trying to locate his estranged wife Jacqueline and the couple's 2 children. It was hoped that Jacqueline might be able to provide clues into Lee's behavior and whereabouts during the crimes. Family members suspected she was hiding out of fear. Family members of Jacqueline Denise Lee claimed that she lived in denial of her husband's transgressions, which included stalking, peeping into windows, and infidelity. Jacqueline's aunt claimed she was afraid of her husband, and at one point, against her wishes, he had a mistress move into their home. Initially, Jacqueline and the couple's 2 children could not be traced. Eventually, in June 2003, the FBI located the 3 in Chicago. Investigators were interested in Jacqueline not only for questioning purposes, but also because they needed her consent before they could begin digging up the property of her former residence. Police had been anonymously tipped off that Lee had possibly buried a body beneath a concrete slab, and they were waiting to either confirm or deny the rumors as soon as possible. Investigators finally obtained permission from Jacqueline to dig at their home in the search for clues. 2 other sites were also excavated by police in the hopes of obtaining more information into the murders and disappearance of a Zachary woman. One of the sites included the former home of Lee's mistress, Cassandra Green. Lee had been seen pouring a concrete slab in the driveway of her home in the middle of the night, only a couple of days following Randy Meebrewer's disappearance from her Zachary residence in 1998. During the excavation at Green's previous home, a woman's bracelet of unknown ownership had been discovered. However, investigators were unable to find any evidence of human remains in any of the 3 sites. Investigators had also been looking for more clues into Lee's alleged involvement in the murders by searching a white pickup truck sold to a relative of Green's by Lee. In late May, police seized the pickup once owned by Lee from Cassandra Green's uncle, which was taken to the police crime lab for analysis. A similar truck had been previously connected with some of the crimes attributed to the Baton Rouge serial killer. However, there had been a discrepancy concerning the race and build of the driver, as viewed by earlier witnesses in the investigation, compared with that of Lee's. Such contradictory data had caused investigators to throw doubt on the reliability of earlier testimony concerning the white truck and its connection with the murders. Investigators continued to examine other murders that could have been committed by Lee. The police in Bolton, Mississippi, sought to tie Lee, a former truck driver, to the murders of 4 women found near a truck stop. Lee was now considered the prime suspect in the 1992 murder of Connie Warner and in the 1998 murder of Randy Meebrewer, both of whom were residents of Zachary, Louisiana. As of mid-June 2003, Lee had been held without bond at Parish Prison in Louisiana. Public defender Mike Mitchell, 52, had been appointed to head Lee's defense team during his upcoming hearing. It was suspected that the defense's case would hinge on the reliability of DNA evidence taken from Lee and that obtained from the crime scenes. Prosecutors John Sinkfield and Dana Cummings would be trying the case against Lee. It was suspected that Baton Rouge District Attorney Doug Moreau would seek the death penalty if Lee was found guilty. Until then, Derek Lee's fate would remain hanging in the balance. Derek Todd Lee's life was very different now that he lived in one of the 2 isolation cells in the East Baton Rouge Parish Prison. The other isolation cell prisoner was Booker T. Williams, Jr., accused of murder. Lee was separated from the general prison population, standard procedure for high-profile sexual crimes, to ensure that he was not attacked by another prisoner. Like other prisoners in isolation cells, Lee got 25 minutes out of his cell each day. He got no television, but had access to his newspaper every day. Every 60 days, he was allowed 3 hours in the prison recreation yard. Lee could have visitors, but only 3 of them, and they could only come on Wednesdays and speak to him by phone. Lee's most frequent visitor was his mother, but other family members may have come as well. Lee's case, which had been estimated to require some $800,000 in defense expenses, had created a burden for the overworked and understaffed public defender's office. In early September 2003, prosecutors revealed that some witnesses claimed that they saw Lee at the scene of the murder of Charlotte Murray Pace on May 31, 2002. Chris Villemarette and Karen Savoie told a national television program that they saw Lee outside Pace's home the day she was killed. However, the description of the man they saw does not clearly fit Derek Todd Lee. On Wednesday, September 24, 2003, Lee was formally indicted with the first-degree murder of Tanisha Dene Colombe of Lafayette, Louisiana. Around the same time, DNA tests failed to show a link between Lee and the murder of Connie Warner of Zachary, Louisiana. Lee was formally charged with the attempted murder of a Breaux Bridge woman. Lee was looking at a sentence of 100 years for those crimes, if convicted. On October 14, 2003, Lee pleaded innocent to the first-degree murder charge in Lafayette concerning the death of Tanisha Colombe. He also pleaded innocent to the murder of an unnamed Breaux Bridge woman. Lynn Marino, the mother of Baton Rouge victim Pam Kinamore, commented on the testimony of the Breaux Bridge woman whose skull had been fractured. She wants everyone to know how vicious he was. They didn't expect her to live. A St. Francisville woman had given Lee's name to authorities months before the last 2 victims were slain. The woman had been stalked by Lee for 2 years. Lee's name had been passed on to the task force, but the implication is that it was not followed up on because the task force was only looking for a white man. Prosecutors, who were seeking the death penalty for Derek Todd Lee, suggested that they had DNA evidence that linked Lee to 7 murders. The women Lee was charged with killing included Gina Green, Charlotte Pace, Tanisha Colombe, Pam Kinamore, Carrie Yoder, Randy Meebrewer, who was linked by DNA to Lee in February 2004, and Geraldine DeSoto, 21, who was found beaten and stabbed to death on January 14, 2002 at her Addis, Louisiana mobile home. During a January 2004 hearing into the murder of Charlotte Murray Pace, lead prosecutor, Assistant District Attorney John Sinkfield, sought permission to combine all the evidence from the other cases to use in the upcoming trial scheduled for May. State law allows prosecutors to use evidence from other crimes if they can convince a judge that those offenses are similar enough to the ones being tried to constitute a pattern. Another key piece of evidence that prosecutors hoped to use during the trial was the testimony from Diane Alexander, a Breaux Bridge nurse who testified at the hearing that Lee beat, attempted to have non-consensual sex, and strangle her at her home in 2002. Alexander would have likely been killed had her son not arrived at the trailer during the attack and frightened Lee away. Despite the evidence, Lee continued to plead innocent to all of the charges. In May 2004, a state appeals court ruled that combined evidence from the cases was admissible at Pace's trial, which was delayed several months. The evidence included DNA links to the victims, as well as Alexander's testimony. The decision angered Lee's lawyers, who believed that the evidence was improperly obtained because police used a subpoena instead of a search warrant. In the meantime, Lee's trial for the DeSoto murder was scheduled to take place in August 2004. State Attorney Tony Clayton was prosecuting him for second-degree murder because he couldn't prove an underlying felony, such as forced entry or non-consensual sex, which is required for a first-degree charge in Louisiana. Prosecutors plan to use evidence from other crimes attributed to Lee, including evidence from the Colombe case and the attack on Alexander. Lee's attorney, Tommy Thompson, argued to delay the trial because he wasn't granted enough time or money to properly prepare for the case or review the evidence given to him by prosecutors. However, his plea was denied by the state Supreme Court. On August 5, 2004, Derek Todd Lee's trial into the murder of Geraldine DeSoto began in Port Allen, Louisiana. One of the first witnesses to be heard by the 6-man, 6-woman jury and District Judge Robin Free was Lee's last victim, Diane Alexander. Alexander pointed to Lee and said during her testimony, "While my eyes were closed, I did not forget your face." She had been beaten so severely during the July 2002 attack that her eyes were swollen shut. Alexander was one of several witnesses to testify against Lee that day. On August 6, 2004, Lee interrupted the testimony of the coroner who examined DeSoto's remains to ask the judge to fire his court-appointed lawyer. Lee told the judge, "My life is on the line here," and that he wanted DeSoto's parents to find out the truth about what happened to their daughter. Lee claimed that his lawyer lied to him and did not represent him properly. However, Lee and his lawyer were able to solve their problems, and Tommy Thompson continued to represent him during the remainder of the trial. Another of the more riveting moments of the trial came when DeSoto's husband, Darren, testified to how he found his wife's body. Darren came home and found his wife lying on their bed in a pool of blood. He was quoted in an article as saying, "I turned her head a little bit, and at that moment I saw her throat was cut wide open." There's no doubt that his testimony made a lasting impression on the jury. Just 4 days later, the jury deliberated. It took the jury just an hour and 40 minutes to come to a verdict. On August 8, 2004, 11 of the 12 jurors found Lee guilty of second-degree murder in the case of Geraldine DeSoto. 6 days later, Judge Free sentenced Lee to life in Louisiana State Penitentiary at Angola without the benefit of parole, probation, or suspension of sentence. During sentencing, DeSoto's family confronted Lee about the murder of their daughter. DeSoto's father, John Barr, locked eyes with Lee and told him, "You don't know how bad I want to get a little closer to you." He was further quoted as saying, "Thank God my daughter gave her soul to Christ before you took it. We know where your soul is going." Lee's trial for the murder of Charlotte Pace was scheduled for September 2004, where he faced first-degree murder charges. Lee also faced trial on November 3rd for the attempted murder of Diane Alexander and faced another trial in 2005 for the slaying of Tanisha Colombe. Other trials were expected to follow. In September 2004, Derek Todd Lee faced a second murder trial, this time for the brutal murder of Charlotte Murray Pace, 22, who had been beaten then stabbed to death with a screwdriver and a knife at her home in 2002. 1 month earlier, at the DeSoto murder trial, the prosecution decided not to go after the death sentence because they couldn't prove the required aggravating circumstances, such as non-consensual sex committed with murder, to secure a death sentence. However, Lee's second trial for Pace's murder was different and of specific interest to the families of the murdered victims because for the first time, he faced the death penalty by lethal injection. Realizing this, the defense team, led by Mike Mitchell and Nelville Hollingsworth, made every effort to make sure Lee got a fair trial. Initially, they argued to have the trial moved to another location and have the pool of potential jurors tossed out because of concerns that the ceaseless media coverage of the murders and Lee's arrest would bias the jury. However, State District Judge Richard Anderson, who was presiding over the case, rejected the defense's arguments, believing that it would indeed be possible to find an unbiased jury. After some delays, the trial finally went ahead. The prosecution team, headed by John Sinkfield and Dana Cummings, began their arguments by linking DNA samples taken from Lee with those found at the crime scene. Cummings suggested that DNA, which she referred to as the silent witness, could actually identify someone so particularly, so reliably, so exactly that it was irrefutable evidence. In fact, police DNA expert Julian Naylor took the stand and stated that Lee's genetic profile was so rare that statistically there was a 1 in 3.6 quadrillion, or 1,000 trillion, chance that the DNA would match any randomly selected person. In response to the genetic evidence, the defense questioned the methods used to collect DNA samples and the accuracy of the analysis conducted by an unaccredited lab, finding it inaccurate and unacceptable. The prosecution also tried to link Lee to the murders of Pam Kinnemore and Carrie Yoder, whose murders both marked similarities to Pace's. They presented DNA evidence taken from Lee that matched samples found at the crime scenes of all 3 victims. Moreover, the prosecution revealed that all victims exhibited similar bruising on their arms and hands, as well as neck injuries, which they likely received while trying to protect themselves during the struggle. All 3 women had non-consensual sex before being killed. The defense retorted by questioning other items at the scene that were neither linked to Lee nor the victims, suggesting that someone else was responsible for the crime. Interestingly, the defense did not present their own witnesses to support their arguments, but instead relied on cross-examining the prosecutions. One such witness that took the stand was Diane Alexander, who allegedly survived an attack by Lee in 2002. She told jurors her harrowing account of how Lee beat and attempted to have non-consensual sex with her before being scared off by her son. Even though the defense questioned her memory of the event, Alexander stuck to her story, stating that she had never taken her eyes off of Lee and that she clearly remembered the attack. Alexander's testimony, coupled with the forensic evidence, proved to have a significant impact on the jury. On October 12, 2004, after deliberating for just 80 minutes, jurors returned their verdict, finding Lee guilty of first-degree murder. Pace's mother, Anne, broke down crying after the verdict was read. Her daughter somewhere must be real proud that it happened this way. There's evil in the world, and he is the personification of that. The next step that Lee had to face was the penalty hearing, in which the decision would be made concerning whether he would live or die. During the penalty hearing, jurors listened to conflicting statements made by mental health professionals concerning Lee's intelligence. According to the Supreme Court, a mentally retarded convict with an IQ below 70 must be exempted from the death penalty. Testimony by expert witnesses presented by the defense claimed that Lee was indeed retarded with an IQ of between 62 and 65, making it difficult for him to understand the seriousness of his crimes. However, expert witnesses for the prosecution stated that Lee was not mentally retarded, basing their opinions on his decision-making ability and past work experience. 2 men from a construction company where Lee worked as a pipe fitter also testified at the hearing. The men claimed that Lee excelled at his job and was able to read blueprints, which made it difficult to believe he had such a low IQ. Following the arguments, the jury deliberated. It took only 93 minutes for them to reach a verdict. The jury rejected the defense's contention that Lee was mentally retarded and decided to sentence Lee to death by lethal injection. Family and friends of the victims rejoiced, hugged, and cried, most feeling that justice had finally been served. In December 2004, Lee was formally sentenced to death. His lawyers had asked for a new trial, claiming that the jurors were already biased towards Lee before the Pace murder trial even commenced. Defense lawyers also filed documents for a new penalty hearing because Lee was mentally retarded and should not be put to death. In addition to Pace and DeSoto, Lee has been indicted on account of first-degree murder in the death of Tanisha Dene Colomb of Lafayette and booked on first-degree murder counts in the deaths of Gina Wilson Green, Pam Kinnemore, Carrie Lynn Yoder, and Randy Meebuer, all of East Baton Rouge Parish. Yet in January 2005, Colomb's family finally decided not to put Lee on trial, since he had already been convicted and sentenced to death. As expected, Lee was not executed, and he died of heart disease at a hospital in Louisiana on January 21, 2016.
It started coming to a head again, so I went back down. I ran away back down there. And then a month later, I'm up living with my grandparents in the mountains, and 10 months later, I murdered them. It made it worse to be on top of a mountain. I was literally on top of a mountain when it happened. And I sensed everybody in the world just stopping what they were doing, turning around, saw what I did, and are coming to get me. And I knew I was paranoid at that moment. I knew anybody that came up there and gave me a funny look or a fishy eye or quizzical look, I'd have blown their brains out thinking they were coming to get me. And if it had been in a city, I would have been a mass murderer at age 15.
On August 27, 1964, 15-year-old Edmund Emil Kemper III was with his paternal grandparents on their 17-acre ranch in North Fork, California. He'd gone there during the previous Christmas holidays, remaining for the rest of that school year before returning to his mother, and was now back. He wasn't happy about that. Already 6'4" and socially awkward, he was an intimidating figure, and people tended to shunt him from one place to another. He'd grown frustrated and angry and later described himself as a walking time bomb. If only someone had known then how to diffuse his rage. Instead, the people around him seemed to ensure that it would grow worse.
I'm saying I'd wanted to kill my mother since I was 8 years old, and I'm not proud of that. It started with surrogates at a non-human level. Physical objects, my possessions, other people's, destruction of things that are cared about, and then destruction of things that are living on a lower level, small animals, insects, animals, and then finally people.
Kemper disliked how his mother treated him, and his grandmother was just as bad. They were always pushing him around and telling him what to do. According to his own statements, he harbored fantasies of killing and mutilating them, and not just them. As a child, writes psychiatrist Donald Lundy in Murder and Madness, Kemper wished that everyone else in the world would die, and he envisioned killing many of them himself. He had also indulged in tormenting cats. He buried one alive, then dug it up, cut off its head, and stuck the head on a stick. That August afternoon, he argued in the kitchen with his 66-year-old grandmother, Maud. Lundy, who interviewed him at length years later, says that he displaced his anger at his mother onto Maud, so it did not take much to make him react. Enraged, Kemper grabbed a rifle, and when she warned him not to shoot the birds, he turned and shot her instead. He hit her in the head, writes Margaret Cheney in Why, the Serial Killer in America, killing her, then shooting her twice in the back. Lundy says that he also stabbed her repeatedly with a kitchen knife, and David K. Frazier writes in Murder Cases on the 20th Century that it was 3 times in the back. So his first killing, if this account is correct, was impulsive. More a thoughtless act than a planned predatory incident. But then, he had to do something to hide it from his grandfather. He was a big kid for his age, the product of a 6-foot mother and a father who was 6'8", so he did not have much difficulty dragging his grandmother's corpse into the bedroom. But then his grandfather, also named Edmund, drove up. The man was 72. And it was he who had given the boy the .22 caliber rifle the previous Christmas. Young Edmund heard his car outside. He went to the window and made the decision to finish the job he'd begun. As the elderly man got out of the car, Kemper raised the rifle and shot him as well. Cheney says that he then hid the body in the garage. In his way, writes Lundy, he had avenged the rejection of both his father and his mother. Not knowing what else to do, he called his mother in Montana and told her what he had done. Clarnell urged him to call the police, and no doubt she was thinking of the dire warning that Cheney says she had given Edmund's biological father, whose parents were now dead. She had told him not to be surprised if the boy killed them one day. Kemper called the police, and they came to the ranch to take him into custody. He was waiting calmly on the porch for them. They placed him with the California Youth Authority, and in an interview, the police later reported he said he had shot Grandma to see what it felt like. That comment would become the quote most often associated with him, used to show how cold-blooded he was at such a young age. Yet another reading of it indicates that he was merely stating the end result of his frustration with the woman. He explained that he killed his grandfather to spare him having to find Maud dead, murdered by her grandson. At the time, it seemed incomprehensible to the California system that a child could do such a thing. He was sent for psychiatric testing and diagnosed as having paranoid schizophrenia. He was also found to have near genius IQ. Instead of staying at a facility operated by the Youth Authority, he ended up at the secure Atascadero State Hospital for the criminally insane, and because he was so intelligent and astute, he was allowed access to some of the assessment devices, even to administer them at times. According to John Douglas in Mindhunter, Frazier says that while in the hospital, Kemper actually memorized the responses to 28 different assessment instruments, providing himself with the proper tools to convince those doctors who evaluated him that he would be safe to release upon his 21st birthday. With his mother's help, he achieved this. The most comprehensive sources on Kemper's case come from people who wrote during the 1970s, immediately after his trial, including psychiatrist Donald Lundy and authors Ward Damio and Margaret Cheney, who had access to transcripts of what she called his compulsive confessing. Kemper also did an interview in 1978, which ended up on Court TV's Mugshots program. Others included former FBI profilers Robert R. Ressler and John Douglas, who interviewed him at length and discussed their encounters with him in their respective books. While self-report is generally suspect, what Kemper has to say about himself and his background is revealing. Accounts of him generally emphasizing his huge size, 6'9" and nearly 300 pounds, but the manner in which he thinks and speaks is more interesting. Kemper's string of crimes was the third for San Jose, California since 1970, so it's instructive to look at the first two briefly to understand the climate of fear that hovered over the area upon his arrest. Just after he came out of Atascadero, the town that would become his new home made national headlines. The beach town of Santa Cruz lies south of San Francisco on the Pacific coast, surrounded by mountains, ocean, and towering redwood trees. It's a tourist mecca and an upscale place to own a home or rent an apartment. During the early 1970s, when the murders began, townspeople were already torn over the hippies moving in, thanks in part to the University of California opening a new campus there. Young people flooded in, and not all of them were what residents called desirable. At the time, Damio writes, 95% of murders that occurred in America were primarily situational, inspired by tense domestic incidents or the result of some kind of altercation among acquaintances. But the murders during the 1970s in Santa Cruz defied this pattern. And while one killer was quickly captured after his crime, for several months, no arrests were made or suspects identified for the other cases. By 1973, people were purchasing guns to protect themselves because clearly these offenders were boldly entering the homes of ordinary citizens. Near the end of 1970, John Linley Frazier murdered 5 people, the Ota family and Dr. Ota's secretary, to stop what he viewed as the spread of progress that was ruining the natural environment. An extremist in the hippie lifestyle, he was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia, but nevertheless was found sane and convicted. His trial became a circus, in part because he wanted to appear to be pretending to be insane so the jury would believe he was malingering. But there was also an air of suspicion against hippies, because over the span of 2 nights during the previous year, Charles Manson and his gang had massacred 7 people down in Los Angeles. Like Manson, Frazier had invaded a home and brutally killed the occupants, including 2 children, for some bizarre drug-inspired vision. Then, in late 1972 and early 73, across a terrifying period of 4 months, another series of murders occurred around Santa Cruz. Among the victims were 4 campers, a priest, a man digging in his garden, a young girl, and a mother and her 2 children. The police finally stopped the killer, Herbert Mullins, 25. Although he had been institutionalized and evaluated as a danger to others, he'd nevertheless become an outpatient, which allowed him to roam freely. He'd stopped taking his antipsychotic medication and heard a voice that urged him to kill. It was his mission, Mullin believed, to save the people of California from a super earthquake that would send it into the ocean. Thus, he decided that he had to sing the Die Song, which he believed would persuade 13 people to either kill themselves or allow themselves to become human sacrifices, which he said they conveyed to him telepathically. Using a knife, a gun, or baseball bat to slay those he selected, he killed until police picked him up. Also diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia, He was nevertheless considered legally sane and was convicted on 10 counts of murder. But even before that, in May 1972, female hitchhikers began to disappear. To subdue public panic, the authorities tried linking these disappearances to Mullin so they could assure the community that a spate of murders was at an end. But it soon turned out to be another person altogether, someone who surprised them. Eventually, the Santa Cruz Sentinel, the local newspaper, put together a magazine that reviewed important events in the area across the decades and featured these 3 killers. It felt like the actions of a world gone crazy, recalled reporter Tom Honig. The 1970s was an age of violence, and along with Frazier and Mullin, they would add Edmund Kemper, now a young man. Altogether, the 3 killed 28 people and represented the 3 basic types of multiple murderers. Frazier killed all his victims at once, Mullin in a spree, accounting for his projected goal of 13, and Kemper as a serial killer. Kemper's crimes began before Mullin and stopped after him. What precipitated it, according to his account in several interviews, was his mother's constant needling and humiliation. When released by the parole board from Atascadero in 1969, the psychiatrists had advised that Kemper not be returned to Clarnell because it could trigger more violence, but it appeared that no one was keeping watch. Having no means of support and no assistance from the youth authority, Kemper did move in with Clarnell, and according to him, she took up berating him again. Having left her 3rd husband, she had taken a job at a new university in Santa Cruz as an administrative assistant and moved into a duplex on Ord Drive in Aptos. They had frequent arguments that the neighbors overheard. Whether or not Clarnell was a primary influence in his subsequent actions, there is no doubt that they had an unrelentingly toxic relationship. As part of his parole requirements, Kemper went to a community college and did well, but he hoped to get into the police academy one day. When he learned that he was too tall, his consolation was to hang out in the jury room where the police gathered and listened to their stories. They knew him as Big Ed and generally thought of him as a polite young man. His voice was soft, his manner polite, and his speech intelligent and articulate. He idolized John Wayne, and everyone knew it. Little did they know that they would eventually be telling one of their most bizarre tales about him. He got several different jobs and finally ended up with the California Highway Department. When he had saved enough money to move out of his mother's home, he went north to Alameda, near San Francisco, and shared an apartment with a friend. But he often had no money and sometimes ended up back with Clarnell. He purchased a motorcycle but got into 2 separate accidents, one of which, Damio says, paid out in a settlement that gave him $15,000. With this, he bought a yellow Ford Galaxy and began to cruise the area. He noticed young females out hitchhiking, the popular mode of travel for college students in those days along the West Coast. And when he looked them over, as he described in later interviews, he thought about things he could do to them. Quietly, he prepared his car for what he had in mind, placing plastic bags, knives, a blanket, and handcuffs that he had acquired into the trunk. He had only to await an opportunity.
I need to be able to really communicate, and ironically enough, that's why I began picking people up. And I'm picking up young women, and I'm going a little bit farther each time. It's a daring kind of a thing. At first, there wasn't a gun. I'm driving along. We go to a vulnerable place where there aren't people watching, where I could act out, and I say, no, I can't. And then a gun is in the car, hidden. And this craving, this awful, raging, eating feeling inside. I could feel it consuming my insides, this fantastic passion. It was overwhelming me. It was like drugs. It was like alcohol. A little isn't enough. At first it is. And as you adjust to that psychologically and physically, you take more and more and more. It's the same process. So it finally came down to the thing of, do I dare bring this gun out? Already realizing if that gun comes out, something has to happen.
For a period of time, he picked up girls and let them go. By his estimation, he picked up around 150 hitchhikers, any of whom might have been chosen for his plan. Finally, he felt the urgent inner drive of what he called his little Zappos. And he acted. On May 7, 1972, as people were still troubled by the conclusion of the Frazier trial less than 6 months before, Marianne Pesca and Anita Luchessa hitchhiked from Fresno State College to meet friends at Stanford University. Damio, Newton, and Frazier laid out the events chronologically. When the girls failed to arrive at their destination, their families contacted the police. But runaways were all too frequent during those days, and the girls had left behind no clues as to where they had gone, so there was little that the authorities could do. Then, on August 15th, the remains of a female head were recovered from an area in the mountains and identified as that of Pesca. No other remains were found, but it was assumed that both girls had met with foul play and were dead. On September 14th, dance student Aiko Koo disappeared while hitching from Berkeley. On October 13th, Mullin's series of murders began to catch people's attention, but then, early in 1973, 18-year-old Cindy Shull disappeared while traveling to class at Cabrillo Community College. She was hitchhiking and had stopped off at a friend's house. Someone saw her get a ride and then she was gone. Less than 2 days later, dismembered arms and legs were found on a cliff overlooking the Pacific Ocean. Then an upper torso washed ashore, which was identified via lung x-rays as Shull's. Eventually, a lower torso came in. A surfer also found her left hand, which offered fingerprints, but her head and right hand remained missing. The papers began talking about the chopper and the butcher. Then, on January 25th, 2 local families were shot to death in their homes. The Santa Cruz area was in a panic, and soon 4 young men who were camping were all shot at close range in the head. 2 more girls out hitchhiking disappeared on February the 5th, Rosalind Thorpe and Alice Liu. There were no leads whatsoever in their disappearances. Then on February 13th, a witness called the police after another shooting of a man in his garden. In short order, they arrested Herbert Mullin. He was tied to most of the shootings, but not to the murders of Sidney Shull or Marianne Pesca, or the disappearance of the other hitchhikers. Kidnapping and dismemberment were not part of his MO. Yet Damio indicates that upon Mullin's arrest, the media coverage of the local violence inspired an atmosphere of terror. One reporter, whom Ward identifies as television reporter Marilyn Baker, consistently exaggerated rumors and offered uncorroborated information as fact, angering the police and alarming citizens. She gave daily reports of satanic rituals and linked together a number of murders over the course of a year. "The butcher murders are unique," Damio quotes her as saying. "The decapitation and dismemberment are done with the skill of what police say borders on perhaps professional knowledge. The bodies were placed in a slant position, the heads lower than the feet so the blood would drain out, making such dismemberment easier." Baker also mentioned that one or more of the victims appeared to have been held captive for a period of time prior to being killed, and noted that the Achilles tendon was sliced on Cindy Shull. She suggested that the killer was a lesbian or transvestite and scolded the police for their mistakes during the investigation. She warned that the butcher murders occurred on Mondays after dark and during the full moon, which was patently untrue, yet for her, it seemed like evidence of cult activity. On March 4th, a couple of hikers came across a human skull and a jawbone not far from Highway 1 in San Mateo County. They were not from the same person. The police searched the area and found another skull that went with the jawbone, so they knew that they had a pair of victims killed close together. They had reports of several missing female hitchhikers, so they compared what they had to the descriptions and identified the remains of Rosalind Thorpe and Alice Liu. Liu had been shot twice in the head, Thorpe once. It was not long thereafter that the university decided to institute a bus system that would assist off-campus students in getting safely to their classes. The authorities were stymied. The area had become a hotbed of murder and missing persons, mostly young women. They had few leads and no methods of ending the killing. The university experienced a sudden drop in enrollment, but then the unexpected occurred. The police heard from the last of the serial killers, the one who was killing the co-eds. He had stopped the spree himself. On April 23, 1973, the Santa Cruz police received a call that they could not quite believe. It was from a phone booth in Pueblo, Colorado, from a 24-year-old man who had eaten with them, drank with them, and talked with them for hours. Big Ed, or Edmund Kemper. And now, he was telling them that he had committed murder. In fact, a double homicide 4 days earlier, and then some. He had killed his mother, Clarnell Strandberg, on Good Friday. Then he'd gone drinking with his cop buddies. He'd returned and invited his mother's friend, Sarah Sally Hallett, over for dinner and a movie. She was delighted. When she arrived, he'd killed her too, and removed her head. Both bodies were stuffed into closets in his mother's duplex on Ord Drive. Kemper explained that after leaving the house he had driven for several days, had dropped off one car and rented a green Chevy Impala, and had finally decided to turn himself in. He'd been taking no dose for 3 days and felt half crazy. He listed half a dozen other murders that they had yet to solve, referring over and over to the co-eds. He wanted someone to come and pick him up. He had 200 rounds of ammo and 3 guns in the car that scared him, and he was turning himself in. But the officer who took the call believed it was a prank, says David Everett in Human Monsters. He suggested the young man call again later. Kemper did so, but once again had a difficult time convincing the person at the other end of the line to take him seriously. Those who knew him believed it was some practical joke. He continued to place calls until he was able to persuade an officer to go check out his mother's house. He said that an officer, Sergeant Alufi, had been there not long before to confiscate the .44 caliber revolver he had purchased. Alufi would know. Sergeant Alufi did indeed know and went to the home himself. As he entered, he smelled the putrid odor of decomposition. When he opened the closet and saw blood and hair, he secured the scene and called in the coroner and detectives. To their amazement, they found the 2 bodies just as Kemper had described. Both had been decapitated, and Clarnell had been battered and apparently used for dart practice. Her tongue and larynx, Kemper had said, were chopped up, having been placed in the garbage disposal, which had spit them back out. Investigators now realized why the co-ed butcher had eluded them for so long. As John Douglas put it upon hearing how Kemper had been privy to the jury room and the investigation details, he was analyzing what he was doing and learning to perfect his technique. He had discovered their strategies and plans for trapping him, and he was able to outthink and elude them, but he had also not come across as a killer. He had learned how to make people feel safe around him, and that was probably how he found ways to get girls into his cars, despite warnings issued to students throughout the area. DA Peter Chang and a party of detectives traveled across 3 states to pick Kemper up from detention where local police had placed him, and they found him waiting calmly for him. He seemed to know that he was dangerous and unable to control himself, and understood that he needed to be locked up. He was willing to talk and twice waived his right to an attorney, though he would later say that he'd asked for a lawyer. The story that unfolded was as bizarre as any that they had yet heard. He went on for hours confessing everything that he had done to the 6 co-eds, his mother and her friend. Adding these to the murders of his grandparents years earlier, he had committed 10 murders in all. To prove his tale, he took detectives to areas where he had buried or tossed parts of his victims that had not yet been found. He described having sex with the heads of his victims and said he'd loved the feeling of totally possessing them and their property. The stories would grow worse during the trial, thanks to the psychiatric probing, and both sides set about finding what they could do about this disturbing young man. Born in Burbank, California on December 18, 1948, Edmund E. Kemper III was the second child of E. E. Edmund Jr. He had a sister 6 years older and a sister 2.5 years younger. Ed was close to his father, but E. E. divorced Clarnell in 1957 when Edmund was 9, and she moved with the children to Montana. It was a difficult separation for Edmund, nicknamed Guy, and he claimed that to toughen him up, his mother locked him in the basement. He would eventually provide several different motives for his behavior, depending on who was interviewing him. He believed that he must have been a constant prickly reminder to his mother. He hated her, but often spoke as if he understood her motives and behavior.
My mother was a sick, angry, hungry, and very sad woman. I hated her, but I wanted to love my mother. And I watched the alcohol increase. I watched her social life drop off. I watched her get bizarre. She had terrible pain from her life, earlier life, her upbringing, a failed marriage with my father. I'm a constant reminder of that failure.
In many different interviews, he described his fear and anger growing up, along with the things he envisioned doing. He said that when he killed the family cat, placing its head on an altar, he had felt empowered after persuasively lying about it. He honed this ability to present a public facade that people trusted while his private world contained much darker ideas. Everett indicates that by the time he was 10, he was already thinking about females in sexual terms. He was also developing a violent inner world. When I was in school, Kemper said in a taped interview, I was called a chronic daydreamer, and I saw a counselor twice during junior high and high school, and that was very routine. They didn't ask me a lot of questions about myself, and that was probably the most violent fantasy time I was off into. Stories from his sisters involve disconcerting memories. One goaded him to kiss a teacher, says Fraser, and he apparently said that if he did, he'd then have to kill her. His younger sister recalled that he often cut off the heads of her dolls. His mother apparently relegated him to the basement to keep him away from the girls because she did not trust him. Her instincts were apparently right. Kemper has said, I lived as an ordinary person most of my life, even though I was living a parallel and increasingly violent other life.
I lived as an ordinary person most of my life, even though I was living a parallel and increasingly sick life, other life.
When he was 13, Kemper slaughtered his own pet cat with a machete and stuffed the remains in his closet, which his mother found. Cheney offers gruesome details of this episode from Kemper's descriptions. Kemper also ran away from home that year to go live with his father. He was certain it would be a better life for him. But after he arrived, he eventually learned that his father, who had remarried and had another son, was not quite as happy to see him as he'd hoped. E.E. welcomed him for a while, but then sent him back to Montana. But Clarnell, too, was unwilling to have him because she was planning to marry her third husband, and this overgrown adolescent was a handful. Her solution was to pack Ed up and send him to his father's parents' ranch in California. On mugshots, Kemper says that his father actually sent him there, and Fraser indicates that Kemper ran away twice, and the second time, he ended up with his grandparents. I went to live with Dad, he says, and he sends me up to Grandma. Now she's going to undo all the terrible things my mother did to me. I'm going to be a showpiece. She's going to show the world that my mother was a lousy parent. I'm going to be a pawn in this little game. The experience was unpleasant for him. Ultimately, it was here with Maud and Edmund Kemper Sr. that Edmund began his career in murder. Once he got out of the psychiatric hospital, he set his sights on becoming a police officer. Lundy points out that there were no psychologists or psychiatrists on the parole board that released him, and no follow-up psychiatric care. He was disappointed and unable to find appropriate alternative employment. Although he shared an apartment with a friend, he was afraid he might end up living with his mother. In fact, he did, and that proved the undoing of them both. As Clarnell had done with her 3 ex-husbands, she attacked Edmund on many occasions, aiming at his manhood and sense of worth. Although he wanted to socialize, she refused to introduce him to women on campus. "She's holding up these girls who said they were too good for me to get to know," he recalled. She would say, "You're just like your father. You don't deserve to get to know them." This kind of talk infuriated him, and he went out to cruise for the girls that he couldn't have. He knew a way to get them on his terms.
I always did love as a kid to drive. I started driving when I was 10 or 12 years old, but I got a license when I was 15 up in Montana, and then I got locked up, and then here in California, and I got out, got a license, and I just started driving. And that was my main hobby, I'd say. And I saw a lot of people out hitchhiking, and I didn't select girls to pick up. I picked up anybody who wanted a ride. And over that whole 3-year period, it was the same way. If someone needed a ride, I picked them up. Unless specifically I was looking for someone to do in. All that driving around, it wasn't rehearsing. I made a game out of driving around, picking people up, and later on I discerned that some people wouldn't get in my car because of the situation. I'm a young man by myself. It's unsafe. So I thought, well, gee, that kind of put me off. I'm not doing anything to anybody, so I want to see if I can change that situation where they'll want to get in and I can take them where they're going. Because I know I'm not going to do anything. And I got to where I could diffuse that situation. It's how you're looking. If you look, oh boy, I already start cranking the car over there. They're not going to get in your car because they can see you from half a block away drooling. But if you look at your watch and say, geez, I don't know if I have enough time, and you're kind of in the mirror and looking around, and you pull over, this guy's just a businessman going somewhere, and get in his car, we'll go where we're going. And it's little games I played so they'd get in the car. And then we chatted, and I talked about things, and I found out where their orientations were and their little, what they used to judge and who could get in and who they could get in with and who they couldn't, right? In that sense, it's been interpreted as what do you call it, rehearsing. It's not true. It's like playing chess and then turning it into something ugly.
Kemper had picked up many hitchhikers. "I'm picking up young women," he said in the interview shown on mugshots, "and I'm going a little bit further each time. It's a daring kind of thing. First, there wasn't a gun. I'm driving along, we go to a vulnerable place where there aren't people watching, where I could act out. And I say, no, I can't. And then a gun is in the car, hidden. And this craving, this awful, raging, eating feeling inside, this fantastic passion. It was overwhelming me. It was like drugs. It was like alcohol. A little isn't enough." The experience changed for him on May 7, 1972. Even before Mullin began his reign of terror in the area, Kemper decided to make his move. "It was stupid for anyone to hitchhike," he said. But to these people who thought it was fun and exciting, maybe even a little daring, it is as if they're dead. He got insights and tidbits from reading police novels. For example, he learned how to keep the car door locked once the girls were inside. He also knew how to give them the impression that they were safe with him. Clarnell had acquired a university sticker for Kemper's Ford, which made it easy for him to go in and out of the campus without raising suspicion. It should be noted that co-workers at the university found Clarnell charming and easy to get along with, which differed from Edmund's version. She did give him assistance and allowed him to live with her. On this day, Kemper picked up 2 18-year-old college students out hitchhiking, Mary Ann Pesky and Anita Lucchesa. He wanted to have non-consensual sex with them, but decided on murder to leave no witnesses. "It was the first time I went looking for someone to kill, and it's 2 people, not 1, and they're dead." Very naive too, painfully naive, and that they thought they were streetwise. In fact, they were quite grateful for the ride. It wasn't far to Stanford, perhaps an hour, so Kemper was willing to take them all the way. They couldn't believe their luck. But their glee soon turned to terror. Kemper drove off the highway and came to rest on a dirt road. The girls sensed that something was amiss. As if to intensify his own game, he told them that he intended to have non-consensual sex with them, and that he was going to take them to his apartment, although he had learned from listening to the stories of rapists in Atascadero that it was better to leave no witnesses. Handcuffing Pesky to the back seat, he forced Lucchesa into the trunk of the car. Then, He tried unsuccessfully to smother Pesky and stab her. The knife blade hit her backbone and would not enter, but she felt the pain and put up a tremendous struggle. She also bit through the bag that he had placed over her head. Finally, he slit her throat and killed her. He then turned his attention to Lucchesa and killed her as well, though it was an ordeal he hadn't expected. Now he had 2 corpses all to himself, and he was nearly caught. As the police learned during his confession, as he drove toward Alameda, he was stopped by a broken tail light. He maintained a calm, polite attitude and got off with a mere warning. During the entire encounter, Kemper later said he was excited. Had the officer decided to do a routine check and look into the trunk, Kemper would have killed him on the spot. In Alameda, his roommate was out, so he knew he could work on the bodies there without being disturbed. Wrapping them in blankets, he placed them in the trunk of his car and drove to his apartment. There, he brought the bodies inside and laid them on the floor. His own confessions provide the details. He took them into his own bedroom, where he photographed them. As he removed parts of them, he took more photographs and paused from time to time to savor the erotic moments of possessing them so completely. He said that he also engaged in sexual acts with the severed parts. Placing Pesky's parts in a bag, he left them in a shallow grave in the mountains, making sure to remember the place for later visits. He used her head for sex before tossing it into a ravine, along with Lucchesa's head. He then fell back into his habit of picking up girls and taking them safely to their destinations. He would even talk to his riders about the man who was killing female hitchhikers, all the while evaluating each as a potential victim. When someone put their hand on my car door handle, they were giving me their life. He continued with this activity until September 14, 1972. That's the day he picked up Eiko Ku, who had given up waiting for her bus and hitched a ride. He'd been feeling the energy that inspired his fantasies of murder. This girl seemed perfect for his next grim venture. He was surprised that she was only 15, but determined to carry out his plan. About that encounter, Kemper said, "I pulled the gun out to show her I had it. She was freaking out. Then I put the gun away, and that had more of an effect than pulling it out. He had got out of the car, locking himself out, which gave her an advantage, but she was too scared to pick up his gun. She could have reached over and grabbed the gun," he said later. "But I think she never gave it a thought. Instead, she unlocked the door and let him back in."
One victim let me back in the car. I locked myself out. She opened the door for me. My gun was under the seat. What in the hell am I doing telling you that? Am I a masochist? Am I looking to be tormented further? I'm trying to show you just how awful this got, how commanding these rages got.
He pinched her nostrils to force her to black out, says Fraser, and had non-consensual sex with her. Then he strangled her until she was dead and rode around with her body in the trunk of his car. He had a few drinks before taking her home to dismember and dissect her in the same manner he had done with his first 2 victims. Once he had tasted this power over women, he knew it was only a matter of time before he'd want it again. But first, he had to prepare to convince the psychiatrists who were monitoring his case that he was cured. The day after he killed Eiko Ku, Kemper went before a panel of psychiatrists as a follow-up requirement for parole. He'd done well in school, he tried finding a job, and as far as anyone knew, he had stayed out of trouble. He knew what they wanted to hear and he put on his best act. The first doctor talked with him for a while and indicated that he saw no reason to consider Kemper a danger to anyone. The second one actually used the words normal and safe, according to Cheney. Both recommended the sealing of his juvenile records as a way to help him become a better citizen. Yet even as the 2 psychiatrists congratulated themselves on being part of a system that rehabilitated a child killer, Kemper delighted in his secret. Damio writes that not only had he killed a girl the day before the analysis, but he had her head in the trunk of his car outside, which Kemper disputes. Once again, he was in the game. He had succeeded at convincing the learned professionals that he was something other than he really was, and they had wrongly inferred that he was no longer a danger. The judge did not agree but had no grounds to deny the request to seal the records. Thus, 8 years after he had killed his grandparents, Kemper gained his freedom. As he drove away with a clean bill of mental health, he felt pleased. Now he was free to continue with his experiments. He found a place to bury Koo's head and hands above Boulder Creek, and there they remained undiscovered until the following May, and he was not finished. While he laid low for a while, he kept fantasizing about taking the lives of those young women. He kept trophies and photographs of his grisly work to help renew the experience. And as he clashed with his mother time and again, the urge to kill built up within him. Later, Kemper tried to explain his motive for these crimes: my frustration, my inability to communicate socially and sexually. I wasn't impotent. I was scared to death of failing in male-female relationships.
I hate to distill it down into such, into one-word realities like that. There's a lot that leads into that happening, but that is what happened. They represented not what my mother was, but what she liked, what she coveted, what was important to her, and I was destroying it.
Why did you actually kill the girls?
My frustration, my inability to communicate socially, sexually. I wasn't impotent, but emotionally I was impotent. I was scared to death of failing in male-female relationships. I knew absolutely nothing about that whole area, even if just sitting down and talking with the young lady. My first date was an absolute disaster. It wasn't her fault, you know, and I didn't blame her even then. I'm saying it was a terrible tragedy, but boy, she didn't ever talk to me again. It was awful. It wasn't sexual or grabbing at her or nothing. I was just such a dork, taking her to a John Wayne movie and Denny's. It was terrible. I'd never been on a date. At 16, that was cool, you know. I'd never been on a date, you know. I was locked up since I was 15. But I can't tell her that. Oh, gee, don't mind me. You know, she kind of got hung up on my looks or whatever. You know, I mean, she's a gorgeous young lady. Pure class, and she saw something there that I guess wasn't there, and...
He purchased a .22 caliber pistol and then looked for a pretty hitchhiker. The one he found was named Cindy Schall, who accepted a ride with him on January 7th, 1973. Again, he drove to a secluded area and shot her quickly. He wasn't interested in torture. He just wanted a body to handle. He was now living with his mother again, and he took the corpse home to dismember her in the bathtub. He kept her overnight in his room and then beheaded her, burying her in the backyard. He threw the body parts over a cliff, but they quickly washed up onto the beach. Still, he knew that they could not tie it to him. He'd removed the bullet from the head, and he was right. No one suspected him. On February 5th, after a horrendous argument with his mother, Kemper went out again. That's when Rosalind Thorpe and Allison Liu disappeared from campus. He picked up Rosalind first, and her presence in the car apparently reassured Allison, who willingly got in. Miss Liu was sitting in the back right behind Miss Thorpe, Kemper recalled. I went on downways and slowed down. I remarked on the beautiful view. I hesitated for several seconds. I had been moving my pistol from down below my leg in my lap. I picked it up and pulled the trigger. As I fired, she fell against the window. Miss Liu panicked. I had to fire through her hands. She was moving around, and I missed twice. He hit her in the temple, and he aimed again and fired. But she was still alive as he approached the university gate. This part of the story varies according to different accounts. One account indicates that she was already dead, but another describes her breathing loudly and moaning. 2 young men were at the security gate, but when they saw Kemper's university sticker, they waved him through. The 2 women were wrapped in blankets, and one of them was in the front passenger seat. He told some interviewers later that he explained to the guard that these girls were drunk and he was trying to get them back to their dorms. The guard apparently accepted the story, and Kemper decided that he was as good as invisible. It was getting easier to do. I was getting better at it. He took the girls' bodies to his mother's home and dismembered and beheaded them with his mother nearby and neighbors around. Another account says that he beheaded them outside in the car, then took one headless corpse inside to have sex. He was aware that a neighbor only had to walk by and look in the window and see what he was doing in order to catch him, but no one did. The next morning, he deposited the limbs in the ocean and around the hills, tossing the heads away separately. His fourth episode of killing had been successfully completed. It would not be long before he vented his rage closer to home. After killing 6 young women, the 6'9" giant turned his anger against his ultimate target, his mother. Whilst most experts later claimed that his killing was really about symbolic rehearsal for killing his mother, and once he'd dispatched her, he no longer needed to kill, Kemper's explanation is quite different. He indicated in an interview that he had sensed the cops closing in after Sergeant Alufi had paid him a call about his gun, and he wanted to spare his mother the embarrassment of learning that he was the co-ed butcher. However, his treatment of her corpse tells another story. Kemper also said that he feared that his mother had found the items he had taken from the women he'd killed. He wondered if he should flee or kill her. "I can't get away from her. She knows all my buttons and I dance like a puppet." He knew that he would now kill her, but he waited for the opportune moment.
It was springtime. It was April. And for 2 months I hadn't killed. And I said, it's not going to happen to any more girls. It's got to stay between me and my mother. And I can't get away from her. We're still fighting. She's still belittling me. I'm like a puppet on a string, and I entertain her. She knows all my buttons, and I dance like a puppet with that pain. And it had even gotten physical, to where I had physically grabbed her and thrown her onto her bed, trying to emphasize a point that I was threatening to kill her.
She went out with friends one evening and came home tipsy from alcohol, although some accounts say nothing about her inebriated state. Kemper went into her room, and, according to him, she said, "I suppose you want to talk now?" He told her no. In his 1978 interview, he said he then started to cry and put his hand to his mouth. It was the first time he had broken his composure. He'd spoken about the other murders with no show of guilt, compassion, or remorse. But his mother's death was another matter. He waited for her to go to bed, he said, and then he went into her room with a claw hammer. It was so hard. He admitted that, remembering it hurt him. "I cut off her head, and I humiliated her, of course. She was dead because of the way she raised her son." But later, he said he'd wished she'd stayed up and talked to him. He put her head on the mantel and said what he wanted to say. He also threw darts. For the first time, she did not argue with him. That felt satisfying, but he also knew it was over for him. He would undoubtedly be linked to this crime. He penned a brief note, quoted in Cheney's book, approximately 5:15 a.m. Saturday. No need for her to suffer any more at the hands of this horrible, murderous butcher. It was quick, sleep, the way I wanted it. Some sources indicate that Kemper believed having 2 victims would deflect attention from him, so he then invited Sally Hallett over. He punched and strangled her, then laid her naked on his bed. He spent the night with the 2 corpses in the house, with blood everywhere. And one account indicates that he tried to have sex with Hallett's corpse. He also beheaded her. On Easter morning, he fled in Sally's car. As he drove, he turned on the radio hoping to hear on the news that someone had discovered the bodies. Yet there were no news flashes. That disappointed him. By the time he reached Pueblo, after driving some 1,500 miles, he decided to instigate the discovery himself. Stopping at a phone booth, he called the police. Kemper made it easy for the cops. He showed them where he had buried the head of Cynthia Schaal in his mother's backyard, saying he had placed it there so he could take satisfaction in knowing, according to one detective, she was on his property, looking toward the sky. As they drove, he described each murder in minute detail and showed them where he had deposited each victim's remains. Edmund Kemper was indicted on 8 counts of first-degree murder on May 7, 1973. The Chief Public Defender of Santa Cruz County, Attorney Jim Jackson, had defended Frazier and was assigned to the Mulling case as well. He now also took on Kemper's defense, which he offered as an insanity plea. He had his hands full, especially because Kemper's detailed confession, San's attorney, had robbed him of any strategy except an insanity defense. But it would not be easy since Kemper was so articulate and clear in the way he had planned and prepared for his fatal encounters. Nevertheless, he had once been diagnosed as psychotic, and despite the psychiatric records that pronounced him sane, he clearly had not been cured. For Jackson, there was hope that this defense would work. While awaiting trial, Kemper tried twice to commit suicide by slashing his wrists. He failed both times. The trial began on October 23, 1973, and 3 prosecution psychiatrists found him to be sane. Dr. Joel Fort had looked at Kemper's juvenile records to examine the diagnosis that he was then psychotic. He interviewed Kemper at length, including under truth serum, and told the court that Kemper had probably engaged in acts of cannibalism. He apparently cooked and ate parts of the girls' flesh after dismembering them. Nevertheless, Fort decided that he had known what he was doing in each incident, was thrilled by the notoriety of being a mass murderer, and had been entirely aware that it was wrong. That was good enough to find him sane. California relied on the McNaughton standard for sanity that was used throughout most of the country. According to the wording, this standard held that the defendant might be found insane if, by reason of a disease or defect, he did not know what he was doing was wrong. Kemper clearly did know that his acts of murder were wrong. He had also shown clear evidence of premeditation and planning. One defense psychiatrist was willing to testify to insanity based on the product standard, which allows someone to say that the crime is the product of a diseased mind. A subtle difference, but that was not within the state's definition. Kemper's younger sister described the strange acts she had seen her brother do, trying hard to show that he was abnormal, while Jackson fought valiantly through cross-examination to get the prosecution's experts to admit that many of the things Kemper had done with the victims were clearly aberrant. They did, but generally stuck with their original evaluation. They also questioned the Atascadero staff's diagnosis of Kemper when he was 15. Having a lively fantasy world was not necessarily psychotic. Kemper himself took the stand on November 1st. What the jury thought of this man who had so easily killed is not on record. They had heard large portions of his detailed confession and already knew what he had to say for himself. He discussed what he knew about his mental state and tried to convince the jury that his need to possess a woman and his acts of necrophilia were clear indications of an unstable state of mind. He had already told his interrogators that he'd felt remorse and that he'd taken to drinking more and more to relieve the pressure. But he had also described the sexual thrill he had achieved from removing someone's head and had said that killing was a narcotic to him. He also described the feeling he had that 2 beings inhabited his body, and when his killer personality took over, it was kind of like blacking out. He indicated that the same thing had happened when he shot his grandmother. The trial lasted less than 3 weeks. How many of his outrageous admissions were actually true is anyone's guess. While Kemper had admitted to cannibalism during Dr. Fort's analysis, he recanted that later, claiming it was meant for an insanity defense. On November 8th, the 6-man, 6-woman jury deliberated for 5 hours, says Frazier, before finding Kemper sane and guilty of 8 counts of first-degree murder. Although Kemper hoped to receive the death penalty, he was convicted during a time when the Supreme Court had placed a moratorium on capital punishment, and all death sentences were commuted to life imprisonment. The death penalty became applicable only to crimes committed after January 1, 1974. Everett says that the judge asked him what he thought his punishment should be. It wasn't difficult for him to come up with something, as he'd been thinking about this moment since childhood. He told the judge that he believed he ought to be tortured to death. No such luck. Instead, he was sentenced to life imprisonment, Sent first to the California Medical Facility State Prison at Vacaville, north of San Francisco for observation, writes Cheney, he ended up at the maximum security prison at Folsom. At one point, he requested psychosurgery, which involved inserting a probe into his brain to kill brain tissue and potentially cure him of his compulsive sexual aggression. His request was denied, possibly because authorities feared he might then petition for release. He became a model inmate, helping to read books on tape for the blind. But when he went before the parole board, he told them he was not fit to go back into society. In prison, he is reported to be cooperative and kind and would like to forget his past. While he readily participated in requests for interviews and self-examination, hoping he would help others learn about offenders like him, he often disliked what some of his interviewers later said about him. Cheney said that when she asked for access to his juvenile records, he refused to cooperate. Yet it's interesting to see how other professionals regarded him. FBI Special Agents John Douglas and Robert R. Ressler became part of the Behavioral Science Unit during its early years in the 1970s, and while they were on the road talking with local jurisdictions, they came up with the idea to visit prisons and interview notorious killers. They hoped to include this information in the data they were gathering about crimes being committed by those unknown suspects on whom they were offering profiles. A database about the traits and behaviors of known killers could offer a substantial backbone for their teachings. Douglas and Ressler both write about these visits in their books, and they were generally the team who did the prison interviews. If you want to understand the artist, Douglas writes in Mindhunter, look at his work. They contacted different types of offenders, including mass murderers, assassins, and serial killers, and collected data on 118 victims, including some who had survived an attempted murder. The goal was to gather information about how the murders were planned and committed, what the killers did and thought about afterward, what kinds of fantasies they had, and what they did before the next incident. Edmund Kemper was among the 36 men who agreed to be interviewed, and Ressler had a hair-raising story about it. Kemper has told private correspondents who related it to this author that he sneers at these tales that a psychiatrist who visited him tells the same story in some attempt to make it seem as if these interviews were truly dangerous. On the other hand, he may well have done this with several people simply because he enjoyed playing this trick. Cheney relates a similar story about a female correspondent who may have reminded Kemper of Sarah Hallett. Ressler, who includes a photo of himself posing with Kemper, says that at the end of his third interview at Vacaville Prison, Kemper made his move. In 2 previous visits, Ressler says that he was accompanied by someone else, but this time, he thought he had achieved a rapport with Kemper, so he ventured in alone. They ended up in a small locked cell near death row for 4 hours. Ressler finally used a button to summon a guard, but no one came. He continued to talk and press the button, and still no one came. He says that Kemper was sensitive to his psyche, and he believed that he must have appeared apprehensive, for he claimed that Kemper told him to relax, and then said, "If I went apeshit in here, you'd be in a lot of trouble, wouldn't you? I could screw your head off and place it on the table to greet the guard." Ressler mentally sparred with him, trying to buy time and hoping to give the impression that he had a way to defend himself. Eventually, the guard came, and Kemper said that he had merely been kidding. But Ressler never again went alone to an interview with him. Douglas too describes an encounter in Mindhunter, indicating that he and Ressler did several prison interviews over the years with Kemper, and he offers quite a bit of detailed information about Kemper, having found him to be among the brightest prison inmates he'd ever interviewed. Douglas offers a detailed impression of Kemper. Indeed, he was surprised that Kemper had even agreed to talk with them. Douglas thought he was merely curious about them and their agenda. His first impression was that the killer was enormous. He could have easily broken any of us in 2, but it was also clear that Kemper was well above average in intelligence, with a high degree of self-awareness. He apparently also liked to talk. Douglas indicates that Kemper spoke with them for several hours. Because they had researched his file in detail and knew about his crimes, he soon realized that they were aware when he was attempting to deceive them. Ultimately, he relaxed and talked openly. Kemper seemed distant and analytical to Douglas and wasn't emotionally moved except when he referred to his mother's treatment of him. He believed that because he looked like his father, she hated him and used him as a target for her frustrations. He claimed that his mother made him sleep in a windowless basement because she was afraid he would molest his sister. In this dark place, he said, he allowed his hatred of women to fester and grow. His mother made him feel dangerous and shameful, so he killed the two family cats. As he grew up, his feelings only intensified, although he continued to live with his mother, the person he most hated. Because he had learned about the psychological assessment in such detail, he knew how to describe himself in the proper psychiatric jargon. He knew all the buzzwords, writes Douglas. What interested Douglas and Ressler most was the way in which Kemper saw what he was doing to people as a game. He figured out the best ways to put girls at ease and to make them believe they were safe. This type of information, Douglas writes, would start suggesting something important. The normal common sense assumptions, verbal cues, body language, and so on that we use to size up other people often don't apply to sociopaths. Listening to Kemper, Douglas summed up his approach and his ultimate goals: manipulation, domination, control. Douglas also pointed out the central role of violent fantasies for the sexual predator. Kemper had developed fantasies early in his life, which had given him a chance to rehearse for years the relationship between sex and death. To possess another person meant to take his or her life. Kemper's confession confirmed this, as he stated that he wanted his victims to belong to him completely. It was his way of getting back at kids who had shunned him throughout his childhood. Ultimately, however, his overriding fantasy was to be rid of his mother. He told Douglas that before he started killing anyone, he would go quietly into his mother's bedroom while she was asleep and envision hitting her with a hammer. Given what Kemper has said about her, Douglas felt that Clarnell had helped to make him into a serial killer, who was, in fact, practicing on others before aiming his frustration at his true target. Even so, Douglas admitted that he had liked Ed. He was friendly, open, sensitive, and had a good sense of humor. He believed that Kemper's enjoyment of dismemberment was fetishistic rather than sadistic. But Dr. Donald Lundy offered a different view in Murder and Madness. Lundy was in the thick of the fear and hysteria in Santa Cruz as he assessed John Linley Frazier and Herb Mullin. He was also called into the Kemper case and was allowed access by Kemper's defense attorney to the trial transcripts. To Lundy, Kemper, unlike Mullin or Frazier, seemed like a man who had complete awareness of what he was doing and had fully relished its perversion. He believed that Kemper's sexual aggression stemmed from childhood anger and violent fantasies. Lundy found Kemper's ambivalent relationship with his mother to be common among sexual sadists, and they generally bring the killing of their mother into their fantasy world. The act of killing becomes a powerful aspect of sexual arousal. Kemper's anger began early, Lundy writes, when he was separated from his father. He laid the full blame for that on his mother, although she had expressed concern about the lack of a father figure in his life. Lundy also recorded incidents remembered by Kemper's younger sister. He would stage his own execution in the form of a childhood game, in which he had her lead him to a chair, blindfold him, and pull an imaginary lever, after which he would writhe about as if dying in a gas chamber. Kemper had told Lundy about his strong interest in weapons and his desire to kill women. Instead, he killed cats. He also imagined such things as killing everyone in town and having sexual relations with corpses. While he apparently longed for a relationship with a female, he felt so inadequate that he decided he could only engage in one form of activity with them: killing them. He would also have sex with the corpses. Lundy lamented the fact that the years Kemper had spent in a psychiatric institution as a boy had failed to prevent him from becoming such a violent and dangerous person. There may be a point in the sexual sadist development, he says, beyond which sexual and violent aggressive impulses are inextricably interwoven. Effective treatment would have had to have taken place much earlier during his childhood. Yet it's difficult to identify such children because they generally engage in their fantasies secretly and deny they are guilty of the petty offenses they commit. Kemper is among those serial killers who have freely offered an extravagant amount of detail about his crimes and his fantasies. Despite how disturbing his revelations are, we can be grateful that we know more about the development of a sexual predator from his accounts.
On January 7, 2011, at 11:35 p.m., a young man with a shaved head walked into a Walgreens in Tucson, Arizona, and dropped off a roll of film. The roll could have been pictures of the man on vacation with his family. It could have been pictures of a car he was trying to sell. But as the Walgreens employee would soon learn, the roll of film was much weirder than that. As it was later revealed, the pictures were of the man, Jared Lee Lochner, posing with a Glock 19 gun held next to his bare buttocks. But that roll would take a few hours to process, and it would be a full day before people would have a reason to care. After dropping off the film, Lochner drove down the street to a Circle K and picked up a few things before stopping at a Motel 6 on the same street at which he was spending the night, even though he lived with his parents just a few miles away. It was the beginning of a long night before a shocking morning culminating in the attempted assassination of Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords that left 6 others dead, including a federal judge, and many more injured, including Giffords herself. Before the shooting, there were so many missed opportunities to have thwarted Lochner's mission. After a few hours at the Motel 6, according to the Associated Press, Lochner called old friends and ran into another old friend, Michelle Martinez, while stopping back at his parents' house at around 2 in the morning. At 2:34 a.m., according to a police timeline, Lochner returned to the Walgreens and picked up his developed film. Finally, after a stop at a Chevron gas station, he retired to his room at the Motel 6 and logged into his MySpace account at 4:12 a.m. "Goodbye, friends," he wrote. He posted one of his Walgreens pictures. Web caches show that it was a picture of the same Glock on top of a U.S. history textbook. The post concluded, "Dear friends, please don't be mad at me. The literacy rate is below 5%. I haven't talked to one person who is literate." Apparently unable to sleep, Lochner spent the early morning hours shopping. First he went to the Walmart in the Foothills Mall in Tucson, then he went to a Circle K, and then back to the Walmart where he attempted to buy bullets for his Glock. Here, Lochner was initially thwarted because the store didn't sell ammunition before 7 a.m. Less than a half hour later, after 7 a.m., he drove to another Walmart a few miles away and completed his mission. With the new ammunition in his bag, Lochner was pulled over just 3 minutes after his purchase by an officer from the Arizona Game and Fish Department. Lochner had run a red light. It was one of several moments that could have tripped up Lochner that day. Twice, 3 times even, he came into contact with people who could have stopped him from carrying out his crime, and in each case, he eluded them. It was the same dumb luck that he'd enjoyed for several years. Since at least 2007, according to reports, Lochner had gotten pass after pass. He'd gotten in trouble with the law and with his community college. He'd freaked out other students in his classes. He'd acted strangely and inappropriately, and had been on the radar of police, school authorities, neighbors, and community members. And yet, no one believed he needed to be stopped, until it was too late. With the bullets in the black diaper bag, Lochner returned home, where allegedly he got into a confrontation with his father. Angry, he left the house on foot and caught a cab at the local Circle K. It was 9:41 a.m. The cab driver unknowingly shuttled Lochner to the scene of his crime, the parking lot of a Safeway grocery store at which Giffords was holding a town meeting. The driver was seen on video and was briefly a person of interest to police investigating the shooting, but police later determined he was not involved. The driver went into the Safeway to get change for Lochner's $20 bill. In just a few minutes, everything would change. For Gabrielle Giffords, her Congress on Your Corner event was just like many she had held before to meet with constituents. With a table situated in between the American and the Arizona state flags, Giffords would meet her constituents in front of the Safeway, starting around 9 that morning. The Democratic Congresswoman had just been sworn in for the third time a few days before, following a close election. Giffords was in the midst of a conversation when Lochner walked up and allegedly opened fire, aiming directly at her. The prosaic gathering at the supermarket of a moment before was turned into a killing zone with bodies scattered around the parking lot. Lochner didn't stop shooting until his gun's magazine was empty. As he was attempting to load another clip, several eyewitnesses, including Patricia Maish, Bill Badger, Roger Sulzgeber, and Joseph Zamudio, were able to wrestle him down and put an end to the slaughter. After Lochner was named a suspect, friends and former girlfriends came forward to attempt to make sense of his actions. One of those friends, Katie Parker, tweeted in the immediate aftermath of the shooting that Lochner had met Giffords before, 3 years earlier in 2007. He was a political radical and met Giffords once before in 2007, asked her a question, and he told me she was stupid and unintelligent, she tweeted. Court documents detail that during the execution of a search warrant on his house later the day of the shooting, authorities seized a letter in a safe addressed to Mr. Jared Loughney from Giffords' office. Dated August 30, 2007, the letter thanked him for attending a Congress on Your Corner event at the Foothills Malls in Tucson, the same type of event in which the shooting had occurred. Also recovered from the safe was an envelope with handwriting including phrases such as, "I planned ahead," "my assassination," and the name Giffords, along with what appeared to be Lochner's signature. For authorities, the letter would serve as direct evidence of Lochner's premeditated intent to kill Giffords. Though Giffords was the most high-profile victim of the shooting, she in fact survived a point-blank gunshot wound to the head. While she and the other wounded struggled to recover, 6 funerals for less fortunate victims were being planned. Perhaps the most poignant death was that of Christina Green, 9, who had been born on September 11, 2001. According to the New York Times, the slender girl was participating in her school's student government and wanted to see real government in action. She went with a friend of her mother's to the meeting and was fatally wounded when Lochner opened fire. Another notable government figure, Federal Judge John Roll, was there to talk to Giffords about overcrowded courts. Roll, a George W. Bush appointee to the bench, was, like all the victims, in the wrong place at the wrong time. In the wake of Roll's death, a judicial emergency was declared in the Federal Judicial District of Arizona. Roll's sudden death greatly disrupted the already congested dockets, which had prompted Roll's attendance at the meeting with Giffords in the first place. Other victims killed included Dorothy Morse, Dorwen Stoddard, and Phyllis Schneck. They were at the meet and greet specifically for Giffords. They were older, concerned, and involved citizens. The 6th victim killed, Gabriel Zimmerman, was a member of Giffords' staff and worked as her outreach director. Online, reports of the shooting were unfolding in real time, like a live blog gone horribly wrong. At 9:54 a.m., Lochner arrived on the scene. When Lochner opened fire, reports began to spread almost immediately on Twitter. One of the first tweets by user @BigVic came at 10:10 a.m. "Giffords got shot?" Not a second later, another user wrote, "Just heard Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords and 10 other people shot and killed at Oracle and Ina Safeway." The rumors and ever-changing information shifted so quickly, it was hard to keep up. Another user, @OnJustice, wrote at 10:08, "My sources tell me, completely unconfirmed, that Giffords was struck in the head by the gunman at Safeway, Oracle, and Ina." Shortly thereafter, NPR reported on the shooting, and people tweeted the link. Soon Twitter was linking to another NPR update, one that turned out to be wrong, incorrectly reporting that Giffords was dead. By 11 a.m., news organizations were following NPR's lead and reporting that Giffords was dead. In the echo chamber of the internet, Giffords' death was assumed to be all but certain. Even her husband, Mark Kelly, started to grieve. Like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, random bits of data, some true, some false, began to accumulate about a crazed gunman who had assassinated a Democratic congresswoman. At 10:26 a.m., not even a half hour after the shooting had occurred, but a lifetime on Twitter, @Crispix49 asked, "How long until the Democrats try to blame the #Tea Party for Giffords shooting?" Indeed, in the absence of confirmed fact, The news reports often indulged in speculation on right-wing rhetoric, with the assumption that since Giffords was a Democrat, the gunman was presumably a far-right Republican and possibly an exponent of Tea Party activism. In fact, Giffords was a member of the Blue Dog Caucus of moderate Democrats and called herself a former Republican. In a moderately conservative area, she was well aligned with her constituents on most issues. Some of her policies, like her support of gun rights, would have alienated or even angered the far left. Very little was known about Lochner at that point, and the media hadn't yet zeroed in on the details of Giffords' policies. People were looking to point a finger, and the media were quick to look to the right. In particular, former vice presidential candidate Sarah Palin was swiftly made a focus. The 2008 vice presidential candidate and former Alaskan governor, now a commentator on Fox News, found herself at the center of a controversy because she had employed battle-ready language, commonly used by many politicians, both Democrats and Republicans, on her website, SarahPAC. The website included a map with gun sight crosshairs over targeted congressional districts because politicians in those generally conservative areas had supported the 2008 healthcare reform bill. Among them was Gabrielle Giffords. By 10:30 a.m., almost as soon as it was publicized in connection with the shooting by left-leaning bloggers, the map was gone. At noon on her Facebook page, Palin issued a statement. "My sincere condolences are offered to the family of Gabrielle Giffords and the other victims of today's tragic shooting in Arizona. On behalf of Todd and my family, we all pray for the victims and their families, and for peace and justice." Palin stopped short, though, of addressing her website's targeted list, and later issued a video statement that drew the ire of critics and put her again on the defensive for the controversial use of the phrase blood libel. She said, in part, "But especially within hours of a tragedy unfolding, journalists and pundits should not manufacture a blood libel that serves only to incite the very hatred and violence they purport to condemn. That is reprehensible. Some claim political rhetoric is to blame for the despicable act of this deranged, apparently apolitical criminal." As the media scrambled to find Lochner's motive for the shooting, the thing they wanted to know most was his political affiliation. In the immediate aftermath of the shootings, a tweet from Katie Parker, a high school friend who had once been in a band with Lochner, had seemed to indicate that he might, in fact, be a far-left extremist, which would have flown in the face of the liberal blogosphere's prefabricated denunciation of him. "As I knew him, he was left-wing, quite liberal, and oddly obsessed with the 2012 prophecy," Parker tweeted. Parker admitted she hadn't seen him since 2007. Still, Parker's portrait of the young man was that of someone who had once been a normal teen, but who had become an alienated recluse, resonated and proved closer to the truth. She mentioned that he had been a pothead and listened to artists like The Doors and Jimi Hendrix. Lochner, Parker related, had been a social person until 2006, when, in an unclear incident, he had suffered alcohol poisoning. After that, she wrote, he was very reclusive. The truth, it seemed, was that while Lochner could broadly be described as having political concerns, his politics, as such, made no coherent sense. As gathered from his internet activity, he was anti-government and believed that NASA had faked the moon landings. Upon examination, Lochner's online track record revealed neither a far-right winger nor the left-wing nut for which conservative talk radio had been hoping. Instead, he seemed delusional and paranoid, weirder and more extreme than even the most hardcore of conspiracy theorists at either end of the political spectrum. Throughout his adolescence and much of his teens, he was a regular, if somewhat gawky guy. Sporting longish curly hair, he played the saxophone and was a member of the Arizona Jazz Academy. A report by the New York Times described the young Lochner as being compared to Harry Potter in appearance, with short hair and glasses. Later, as he became more immersed in band, his teachers suspected he might be using pot, the Times reported. In this sense, and others, Lochner was like any number of socially awkward and somewhat alienated teens. He liked fantasy games, he dabbled in hallucinogenic drugs, and later he would go out into the desert and target shoot with guns. His list of favorite books on his MySpace page contains so many titles common to a certain adolescent mode of formulaic, shock-the-bourgeois nonconformity as to be cliché. Animal Farm and Fahrenheit 451 share the bill with Mein Kampf and the Communist Manifesto. In 2004, he had his first major run-in with authorities. It was an inauspicious beginning. According to the police report, On September 23, 2004, Lochner, then still a student at Mountain View High School, had been in the cafeteria when, he told police, he had been poked with something sharp. He said he thought that a student had jabbed him. The student was identified as Anthony Tony Kurtz. After being poked, Lochner became pale, got dizzy, could not stand, and had to be helped to the nurse's office by another friend, according to the report. Though Kurtz admitted that he had fashioned a needle inside a regular ballpoint pen, he said he couldn't remember if he had struck Lochner, who didn't press charges. In this first case, Lochner was the bullied victim. But the next time police were called, it was because of Lochner's own misbehavior. According to a police report, on May 12, 2006, Lochner again showed up at the nurse's office at Mountain View High School, drunk from vodka. According to the report, she advised that he was so extremely intoxicated that he had to be transported to Northwest Hospital to the emergency room. Lochner had drunk 350 milliliters of vodka between 1:30 a.m. and 8 a.m. in the morning before school. He had stolen the vodka from his father's liquor cabinet. According to the report, he was very upset as his father yelled at him. Since the shooting, multiple news reports have painted a picture of a strained home life in the Lochner household, one in which the parents were described as not normal neighbors by one person living in the area. Though his mother Amy was described as doting, his father Randy, who installed carpets for a living and tinkered with cars in his spare time, in particular seemed to be a source of tension. According to the New York Times, as members of one neighboring family suggested, if your child's ball came to rest in the Lochner's yard, you left it there. Another report said that the Lochners were known as isolated around the neighborhood. After the shooting, the Lochners were quiet, but eventually issued a statement. "This is a very difficult time for us. We ask the media to respect our privacy. There are no words that can possibly express how we feel. We wish that there were so we could make you feel better. We don't understand why this happened. It may not make any difference, but we wish that we could change the heinous events of Saturday. We care very deeply about the victims and their families. We are so very sorry for their loss." On September 10, 2007, police were called to a suspicious vehicle which was parked near a wall in Tucson. It was a large white van, and it turned out to belong to Bryce Tierney. After following the van driving through town, the officer pulled the van over and was able to detect a strong odor of burnt marijuana. In the passenger's seat, police found Lochner. After the police searched the van and found marijuana, Lochner was cited for possession of drug paraphernalia, a misdemeanor. The charge was dismissed after Lochner completed a diversion program. This scrape with drugs was evidently not his last. A year later, Time.com reported, when Lochner applied to join the Army, despite testing clean on his drug test, he responded a little too truthfully to question 17I on DD Form 2807-1. The official told Time he admitted that he smoked marijuana to such an extent that we said, "No thank you." Friends of Lochner have told the press that he liked hallucinogenic drugs, including LSD and salvia. A salvia high produces dissociative effects and has a much shorter duration than LSD or hallucinogenic mushrooms, from a few minutes to a few hours. On the other hand, the man with whom Lochner had been found by police in the white van, Bryce Tierney, maintained that Lochner had stopped using all drugs by 2008. In the summer of 2007, Lochner, then 18, enrolled in Pima Community College. He didn't have a major and took a wide variety of classes, including Pilates. But throughout 2010, Lochner's behavior became increasingly disturbing and disruptive to his classmates. After the shootings, the school released 51 pages of documents that depicted Lochner's increasingly disruptive behavior. The string of events began in February 2010. Campus police were notified after Lochner behaved strangely during the reading of a student's poem in class. In a detailed report given by Patricia Houston, the division dean of the school, the teacher had said Lochner had made comments in class after the poem that were a huge leap, including, "Why don't you just strap bombs to babies?" The officer who filed the report wrote that campus police also had received an email from another student in the class who thought Lochner might have a knife in his possession. Dr. Aubrey Conover, the advanced program manager, wrote later in a document summarizing meetings with Lochner, "I asked Jared to help me understand his comment. He said that the class had been talking about abortion, which made him think of death, which made him think of suicide bombers, which made him think of babies as suicide bombers." While his behavior was enough to raise a red flag, it wasn't yet enough for him to be kicked off campus. On April 6, 2010, campus police were called again. Lochner caused a disturbance while using the library's computers. Listening to music on his headphones, he began making loud noises and singing along in the library. The officers told him he could not do so in a public library and left, satisfied that he understood and would comply. On May 17, 2010, Lochner's Pilates instructor became frightened after passing out grades. Though Lochner received a B, according to the report, he became very hostile and threw his work down and said the grade was unacceptable. The instructor, Patricia Curry, told campus police she felt intimidated by him, so much that she requested officers monitor her next class. Again, while Lochner's behavior troubled school officials, he stopped just short of causing them to expel him. On June 2, 2010, campus police were again called to the scene. This time, Lochner had disrupted a math class, challenging the instructor over the use of a number in a way that made no logical sense. In an email exchange between school officials, Delisa Siddall, a counselor, relayed to staff what happened. Lochner said, "My instructor said he called the number 6, and I said I call it 18. He also asked the instructor to explain, how can you deny my math instead of accepting it?" According to Siddall, Lochner construed not being able to call the number 6 something else as an infringement on his freedom of speech, and was the same as telling him he couldn't speak his mind. She wrote, "I asked him to explain how this was pertinent to the subject at hand. He said these questions caused students to think. I asked him to describe his views on time and place. He said he paid $200 for the class, so he should have the right to speak. He added that he had taken other courses and was scammed, so he was going to do everything to ensure that he passed this class." As he did in every situation, after being chided, Lochner appeared contrite and said he would behave. Siddall closed her letter, writing, "This student was informed that the formal code would go into effect if this should happen again. This student was warned. He has extreme views and frequently meanders from the point. He seems to have difficulty understanding how his actions impact others, yet very attuned to his unique ideology that is not always homogeneous. Since his resolution was to remain silent in class and successfully complete the course, I have no grounds to keep him out of class." At least one student was disturbed enough to email friends and family about her erratic classmate. Linda Sorensen provided the Washington Post with a series of emails that gave more insight into Lochner's behavior in school. They read, June 1st, 1 day down and 19 to go. We do have one student in the class who was disruptive today. I'm not certain yet if he was on drugs, as one person surmised, or disturbed. He scares me a bit. The teacher tried to throw him out and he refused to go, so I talked to the teacher afterward. Hopefully, he'll be out of class very soon and not come back with an automatic weapon. June 14th. We have a mentally unstable person in the class who scares the living crap out of me. He is one of those whose picture you see on the news after he has come into class with an automatic weapon. Everyone interviewed would say, "Yeah, he was in my math class and he was really weird. I sit by the door with my purse handy. If you see it on the news one night, know that I got out fast." But because he hadn't done anything in direct violation of the Code of Conduct, yet again Lochner was free to come back to school. A few months later, on September 23rd, campus police were called again. It was Lochner, again, ranting about how his freedom of speech was being threatened because he was getting a lesser grade because he turned the assignment in late. A belligerent Lochner continued to cause the start of the class to be delayed. One of the responding officers wrote that Lochner could not verbalize what the problem was and kept referring back to the freedom of speech. I noticed during my questioning that Lochner's head was constantly tilted to the left and his eyes were jittery and looking up and to the left. Though Lochner repeated that he wanted to stay in school, officials decided that he would not return to class that day, and they would have a follow-up meeting a few days later to discuss his future at the school. On September 27th, the instructor and Jared met with Dr. Aubrey Conover to talk about the most recent incident. The meeting revealed some of Lochner's odd thinking. In Conover's report, she wrote, he then stated that he had paid for his courses illegally. When questioned as to why, he said, "I did not pay with gold and silver." The meeting ended with the agreement that Lochner would bring his parents to the next discussion, the next night. But another, final incident got him booted. Unbeknownst to officers, The same day that he had had his latest meltdown in class, Lochner had posted a video on YouTube titled Pima Community College School, Genocide Scam-Free Education, Broken United States Constitution. The video has since been removed. The video showed images of the campus while Lochner narrated a series of statements, each more incoherent than the last. We are examining the torture of students. The war that we are in right now is currently illegal under the Constitution. This is my genocide school where I'm going to be homeless because of this school. I haven't forgotten the teacher that gave me a B for freedom of speech. This is Pima Community College, one of the biggest scams in America. This is genocide in America. The video was the final straw for the officers and school administrators. The officer who viewed it confirmed it was Lochner, called Dr. Conover, and notified the school. The officer submitted a request for subpoena from the Pima County Grand Jury for YouTube records. That night, campus police officers were dispatched to his home, where they met with Jared's father in the garage to serve his immediate suspension letter. Maddox wrote that Lochner sustained a constant trance of staring. At the end of the meeting, Lochner said, "I realize now that this is all a scam." By this point, it was clear to everyone that Lochner had strange beliefs, and a brief internet search would show that the Pima County YouTube video was just one of many bizarre online fingerprints left by Jared Lochner in the months leading up to the shooting. People now knew that Lochner wasn't right-wing or left, or moderate or extreme. He existed in a different solar system entirely. As Megan McArdle wrote in The Atlantic, this guy was so disjointed that people on the UFO conspiracy theory message boards were saying, "Dude, this sounds crazy. You need to get help for your delusions." Within hours of his name being released to the press, Lochner's internet footprint was exposed. His MySpace page and his YouTube account were all posted online, the strange ramblings and odd photos and videos reverberating on blogs and websites. In one video, he takes 5 minutes to burn an American flag somewhere in the desert. Midway through, he enters the picture looking like the Grim Reaper before he sets fire to the flag. But perhaps the biggest find were his postings on Above Top Secret, a website that describes itself as the largest and most popular website for alternative topics, dedicated to the intelligent exchange of ideas and debate on a wide range of alternative topics such as conspiracies, UFOs, paranormal, secret societies, political scandals, New World Order, terrorism, and dozens of related topics with a diverse mix of users from all over the world. After it was deduced that the postings were from Lochner, the site's owners decided to put his contributions, normally unable to be seen by non-members, up for the public's perusal, with a brief introduction. As is often typical, recent analysis in the media is rampant with all manners of conclusions, second guesses, exaggerations, distortions, and missing information. Normally, visitors must be logged in to view such information. The postings on Above Top Secret purported to be written by Jared Lochner revealed an odd mind with a strange, disjointed, and illogical way of seeing the world. Questions would be asked, but because Lochner's logic was circular or his syntax incoherent, they were often unanswerable. In one post in July 2010, he asked, "Is it possible for an infinite source of currency?" In a post riddled with grammatical errors and spelling mistakes, he attempts to explain himself. If a member of the Treasury creates 5 new currencies, then the new currency replaces the previous currency. If the new currency replaces the previous currency, then the previous currency is no longer in use. A member of the Treasury creates 5 new currencies, therefore the previous currency is no longer in use. The thread evolves into a discussion of the gold standard, but because Lochner is unable to demonstrate a grasp of simple concepts, the thread's followers become frustrated with his posts. Lochner's attempts to elaborate with nonsensical graphs and pictures only make the discussion more incoherent, and his responses get more confusing. Finally, a user named Mordant1 responds, "I think you're frankly schizophrenic, and no, that's not an amateur opinion, and not intended as an uninformed or insulting remark. You clearly make no sense and are unable to communicate. I really do care. Seek help before you hurt yourself or others, or start taking your medications again, please." Unfortunately, he didn't. Though the early media discussion centered on whether or not Lochner was a right-wing extremist or had been influenced by political rhetoric, by the end of the day, people were discussing whether or not Lochner's mental health was an issue. Internet postings seemed to indicate that perhaps he had some psychiatric problems, and the attention shifted from blaming politicians to looking at whether or not there were enough clues in Lochner's daily behavior to have tipped off authorities. Lochner's troubled tenure as a student was enough for his community college to enact a program aimed at disruptive students. Around the time of Lochner's expulsion in September, the New York Times reported, Pima Community College introduced a student behavior assessment committee. The team meets as needed to respond to students who have acted violently or threatened violence, or who may pose a threat to themselves or others. Perhaps the best thing to come out of Lochner's high-profile crime was a national discussion of mental health issues, with a renewed focus on recognizing troubled people like Lochner before they go too far. While the media circus around Lochner continued, Giffords was on the mend. By the end of January, Giffords had made tremendous progress in her recovery. She had been transferred out of the hospital to a rehabilitation center in Houston, Texas. Her condition had been upgraded to good after weeks in critical, and she had been responsive to simple questions and able to hold up her hands. Still, it would be months before she could make what she hoped to be a full recovery. She faced months of occupational and speech therapy. Since she was expected to recover, though, her seat in Congress remained secure. With the crime and its details so widely publicized, getting an unprejudiced jury for Lochner in Tucson was thought possibly to be a challenge, given that both a U.S. representative and a federal judge had been shot and killed. After federal trial judges in Arizona recused themselves from the case, there was talk of moving the case to San Diego, California, a neighboring judicial district where federal judge Larry Burns would preside over the case. This remained uncertain, though, as prosecutors vowed to keep the case in Arizona. Lochner entered a not guilty plea on January 24th, represented by Judy Clark, a lawyer well known for her defense of unpopular defendants in highly charged cases, including Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, and Susan Smith, who killed her children by drowning them in a car. In August 2012, Lochner was judged competent to stand trial, and at the hearing, he pleaded guilty to 19 counts. In November 2012, he was sentenced to life plus 140 years in federal prison. Surviving victims and family members said that they are completely satisfied with the federal prosecution, that justice has been served, and that the federal sentence is suitably severe. Lochner is currently serving his life sentence at the Federal Medical Center, Rochester, Minnesota, a prison for inmates with specialized health issues. It's not that his ambitions were great that got him into trouble, but that he hadn't the patience to earn what he desired. From a young age, Gary Mark Gilmore just went out and took whatever he wanted: beer, cigarettes, cars, money. More times than not, according to him, he was successful. But when he wasn't, he landed in the slammer. He'd just get an idea into his head and do it. He said he couldn't help himself. Gilmore's story is documented in a book written by his younger brother, Mikhail Gilmore, called Shot in the Heart, and by Norman Mailer, who wrote a narrative nonfiction account, The Executioner's Song, in which he utilized letters that Gilmore wrote, interviews with many of his intimates, trial transcripts, and interviews or statements that Gilmore gave to the press. Mailer did not himself interview Gilmore, but his accounts rely on actual documents, with an emphasis on how those around Gilmore perceived him. There are also a few film clips available of Gilmore as he spoke to the press or to the courts, and an A&E documentary collected those into an overview of his fight to die rather than face years in prison. Gilmore is an historical case in that he was the first man to be executed after the U.S. Supreme Court reinstated the death penalty, and because he refused all appeals to which he was legally entitled. Born on December 4, 1940, he aspired as a boy to become a man of God. By the time he was 35, he'd spent more than half of his life in prison, from juvenile detention to a federal penitentiary. At age 14, he dropped out of school. By 15, he was running a car theft ring. That's when he was first arrested, although he'd been drinking for 3 years, harassing teachers, playing hooky, and stealing petty items. According to his own statements to court-ordered psychologists, he developed a need for bravado, which meant staring down approaching trains until near impact or sticking a wet finger into an outlet. Upon his first arrest, his father Frank got a lawyer and got him off, teaching him to manipulate the legal system and skirt responsibility for criminal acts. After all, Frank had made a living at it for many years. He was a professional con man, but could not abide the taint of criminality in his son. However, Gilmore then stole something that got him into Oregon's McLaren Reform School for boys. He spent a year there and then went in and out of jail until he was 18. At that point, he ended up in the Oregon State Correctional Institution on a car theft charge. His father couldn't do much for him, especially after he piled up an array of disciplinary charges while in prison. Then he was out, and then in again. And this time, while he was behind bars, Frank Gilmore died. According to statements made by one of the wardens in the documentary, A Fight to Die, Gary went wild, tearing up his cell and attempting suicide. This was a blow he could not bear. Yet there was no release for him, no respite to mourn. He became violent to guards and inmates alike. Because he was so difficult to handle, he was heavily drugged with an antipsychotic called Prolixin, and only with his mother's horrified intervention was he removed from this dehumanizing regimen. He never forgot its paralyzing effects. He got out when he was 21 and promptly committed robbery for $11. At this point, the state of Oregon decided that he was a repeat offender with a poor prognosis. He went to Oregon State Penitentiary. While incarcerated, his brother Galen, the third of Bessie and Frank's 4 boys, was stabbed in the stomach. Mikhail Gilmore documents this tragic incident. Having no money for medical care, Galen died. This time, Gary was allowed to attend the funeral, but losing Galen had its effect. Gary often ended up in solitary confinement over his inability to conform to the prison routines. Yet spending so much time alone in solitary proved beneficial. With an IQ of 130, he educated himself in literature and began to write poetry. More notably, he developed an artistic talent that won contests. For that, he was granted an early release in 1972 to live in a halfway house in Eugene and attend art school at the local community college. While he welcomed this opportunity, it apparently intimidated him. Rather than show up to register, he stayed away and drank. He visited his brother Mikhail, who reported that he was afraid of Gary. Within a month, Gilmore had committed armed robbery and was arrested. When he went to trial again, he asked permission to address the court, which was granted, and his actual words are recorded in several places, including court transcripts. With great articulation, Gilmore made an appeal for leniency. He said that he had been locked up for the past 9.5 years, with only 2 years of freedom since he was 14. Justice had been harsh, and he'd never asked for a break until now. He argued that you can't keep a person locked up too long, and that there's an appropriate time to release someone or to give them a break. I stagnated in prison a long time, and I've wasted most of my life. I want freedom, and I realize that the only way to get it is to quit breaking the law. I've got problems, and if you sentence me to additional time, I'm going to compound them. The judge told him he had already been convicted once for armed robbery, a serious charge, but there was no option but to sentence him to another 9 years. Gilmore was hurt and angry. As promised, he became more violent while in prison, and on a number of occasions tried unsuccessfully to kill himself. They wanted to try Prolixin again, but Gilmore begged for an alternative. He was transferred to a maximum security penitentiary in Marion, Illinois. That meant no one in his family could visit him. He started writing to a cousin in Utah, Brenda Nickel, and only 3 years into his sentence, a parole plan was worked out. Brenda gave several interviews about her involvement with Gary, and Mailer offers a complete description of her account. Brenda orchestrated Gilmore's release. She hadn't seen Gary since he was a boy, but she remembered how distinctive he was. She believed that if she and her family could help him out with a loving community and a job, he'd get along okay. She didn't know that he'd been diagnosed, according to the reports that Mailer documents, with a psychopathic personality disorder. She had no idea how compulsive he was, or demanding. It was in her mind to do a good deed, so she worked on bringing Gary home. Finally, in 1977, he was released to go live in Provo. He arrived with everything he owned packed in a small gym bag. He was ready for freedom, he firmly believed. Yet, life in Utah proved to be hard. He'd hated prison, but the skills he developed there to survive just didn't work in a conservative Mormon community. He was briefly employed in his uncle Vern D'Amico's shoe shop and then did insulation for a man called Spencer McGrath, but he had a hard time concentrating. The first chance he got, according to interviews that Vern D'Amico gave to Mailer, he went out drinking. When he couldn't afford beer, he stole it. Then he found himself a beautiful girlfriend, Nicole Baker Barrett, thrice divorced by age 19, and soon returned to a life of compulsive theft because he wanted what he wanted right now. It was the sight of a white Ford pickup truck priced well beyond his means that appeared to those who knew him to have sparked a spree that could only have ended badly. Gilmore had bought a blue Mustang from Val Conlon, a used car dealer, but it had problems and often wouldn't run. He still owed on that, but he'd seen a 10-year-old overpriced white truck on the lot that he really wanted. The dealer said no way, not unless he found himself a cosigner. That frustrated Gilmore. By hook or by crook, he intended to have that truck. To his mind, there were always ways of getting money. He'd already stolen some merchandise to sell. Then he managed to collect a bag full of guns, 9 of them. He gave one to Nicole, she later told police officers, showed her the rest, and said he intended to sell whatever he could. Nicole's interview for A&E is the best source of information for what happened in those final days, along with Gilmore's own documented admissions. Each person who saw him over the next few days later gave interviews on film as well. Gilmore had scared her. He'd already shown a violent side, she later related. And now this. She didn't know what to do. Gilmore had moved into a rented home in Spanish Fork near Provo, but things weren't always so good. He often took a drug, Fiorinol, for headaches, and he drank all the time, which created sexual dysfunction, an inability to think clearly, and a great deal of frustrated anger. He was impulsive and demanding, and there were times when Nicole was actually afraid of him, though she loved him. Once when he'd picked her up, she'd had the feeling of an evil presence emanating from him. She thought he might be the devil, and there were times when he acted like he was. He even claimed he knew Charles Manson. Finally, it all just got to her. She took her 2 children and went to live in an apartment 5 miles away. Gary went looking for her. He was in a state. She wasn't going to run out on him. He told his cousin, Brenda, he might just kill her. But he couldn't find her. On top of that, he was now deeply in debt with no clear way out, except the only way he knew. He'd been free less than 3 months, and already he couldn't cope. Mailer interviewed the families of Gilmore's victims and Gilmore's friends to put together the following accounts. On Monday, July 19, 1976, Max Jensen went to work as usual at the self-service gas station in Orem, Utah. His shift went from 3 in the afternoon until 11. He was just there until he could find a job that paid more so that he and his new wife could get a little security. At the same time that Max was going through the routines of his job, Gilmore learned that no one would co-sign on the truck for him, so he insisted that he himself could pay it off within a few weeks. Conlon assured Gilmore that he would repossess the truck at once if the payments weren't made. Then Gilmore left with the truck and headed toward Nicole's mother's house. Nicole wasn't there, but her mentally unstable younger sister, April, had a crush on Gary and was happy to go for a ride in his new truck. She told him she wanted to stay out all night. Angry and hurt by Nicole, as he later said in letters to her, he was pleased to oblige. Around 10:30 that evening, he told April he wanted to make a phone call. He left her in the truck and walked away. She had no idea where he was going. Gilmore went around the corner, out of her sight, and into the Sinclair service station. He spotted the attendant and quickly saw that no one else was around. He walked up to the man, whose nameplate read Max Jensen, and pulled out a .22 Browning automatic. He instructed Jensen to empty his pockets, which the young Mormon quickly did. Then he told Jensen to go into the bathroom and lie down on the floor with his arms under his body. Jensen got into the position. He was obeying everything that Gilmore said. Then, inexplicably, Gilmore put the gun close to Jensen's head. "This one is for me," he said, and fired. Then he placed the muzzle right against Jensen's skull and shot him once again, this time for Nicole. To his surprise, the blood spread fast and got on his pants. He turned around and left the gas station, not even noticing the wad of cash on the counter. His next move was to take April to see a movie, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Then they went over to Brenda's. She thought Gilmore was strangely agitated. He had some clothes that he didn't seem to want her to see. He didn't stay long, and she couldn't get over the feeling that something was up. Without further explanation, Gary drove off with April, and they got a room at a Holiday Inn. While they slept, the hunt began for Max Jensen's killer. Around 11 p.m., a customer had found the body. Ben Bushnell, 25, was the manager of the City Center Motel in Provo, not far from Brigham Young University. He and his wife lived on the premises with their infant son, and things looked promising for Ben's future. On Tuesday, July 20th, Gilmore had trouble with his new truck, so he took it to a gas station 3 blocks from his Uncle Vern's house. Upon learning that a fix could take 20 minutes, according to Norman Fulmer, the man who ran the gas station, Gilmore decided to run a little errand. He walked down the street and saw the City Center Motel next to Uncle Vern's. Emboldened by his previous murder, he got an idea. He went into the lobby. Ben had just come in from the store, so he asked Gilmore what he wanted. Gary told Ben to give him the cash box and to get down on the floor. He then shot Bushnell in the head. But the man wasn't dead yet. He lay there twitching and trying to move. Gilmore wasn't sure what to do, but just then, Bushnell's wife, Debbie, came out, so Gilmore grabbed the cash box and left. He pocketed the cash and placed the box under a bush. A block later, he took the gun he'd used by the muzzle and shoved it into another bush. But something caught the trigger and he took a bullet in the fleshy part of his hand, between the thumb and palm. He went into the garage to get his truck, and the owner, Norman Fulmer, spotted the trail of blood. Then on the police scanner, Fulmer heard about a robbery at a nearby hotel. He wrote down the truck's license plate number, and after Gilmore drove away, Fulmer called it in. Patrol cars sped through town and SWAT teams turned out to track and capture Gilmore. They figured he'd just killed a man for about $125, pretty much like the murder in Orem the night before. Uncle Vern came out to see what all the excitement was about, and it wasn't long before he realized that his nephew was involved. Over the past month, he'd watched Gilmore go from bad to worse, especially when he drank, and this brutal act seemed to cap his latest escalation of acting out. Vern's wife called Brenda, and she in turn called a police dispatcher she knew. Then Gilmore called her. He admitted he'd been shot and needed help. He told her where he was. Brenda sent the police to go get him. About the same time that they were evacuating neighbors and closing in, Debbie Bushnell was learning that the paramedics couldn't save her husband. He was dead. Afraid that Brenda wasn't coming, Gilmore left the house where he'd gotten some first aid and drove right through a police roadblock. Then it dawned on the cops that he was the guy. They set out after him and eventually ordered him to stop just outside Nicole's mother's house. Gilmore gave up without a fight. He asked only that they be careful of his wounded hand. Nicole was there. She went out and saw him lying on the ground. Then she overheard the cops suggest that he'd just committed 2 murders. She couldn't help but wonder if her leaving him had something to do with it, but she also thought that he was stupid and crazy. Brenda soon learned that no one else had been hurt, and Gilmore was now in custody. She knew he'd hate her for it, and when he asked her the next day why she had turned him in, she said, "You commit a murder Monday and commit a murder Tuesday. I wasn't waiting for Wednesday to roll around." This is her recollection as she recounted it to both Mailer and the A&E crew. While Gilmore eventually accepted the fact that what he'd done was wrong and he deserved to be punished, he never totally forgave her for this betrayal. When she turned him in, she had effectively separated him forever from Nicole. To his mind, she could have driven him to the border and let him go up to Oregon. He didn't seem to get it. Upon his arrest, Gary said that he talked to one cop, Gerald Nilsson, and he spoke freely about his various interactions with Gilmore in film and to Mailer. At the hospital, a test on Gilmore's hand indicated he'd recently held metal in it. Then it was set in a cast. Nilsson then tried to get him to admit to the murders. He said that he'd not killed anyone and that he could account for his whereabouts. He even said there were witnesses who would vouch for him. The facts were, as he recounted them, that he'd come across a guy holding up the man at the motel. He tried to stop it and got shot in the hand for his trouble. On the night before, He'd been with April the whole night, and she'd been able to tell them that he hadn't killed anyone. The story didn't check out. It was full of holes. In fact, there was a witness who had seen Gilmore with the gun in the cash box at the motel. April knew that Gilmore had left her to make a phone call. Then Val Conlon found Gilmore's stash of stolen guns. He called the police and turned them in. Nilsen went back to try again. This time, Gary simply said he didn't know why he had killed the two Mormons. He didn't have a reason. He admitted that if he hadn't been caught, he'd likely have gone on killing. Not much later, he said that he ought to die for what he'd done. On August 3, at the preliminary hearing, prosecutor Noel Wooten met Gilmore for the first time. Mailer indicates from interviews that Wooten was impressed with the prisoner's intelligence, and it struck him that this man embodied the system's utter failure to rehabilitate. Gilmore would never be anything but dangerous, yet he might have been so much better than that. For the next few months, Gilmore and Nicole wrote love letters to each other with great intensity, sometimes 3 a day. She knew that he faced life in prison, and possibly worse, yet she couldn't unhook herself from this enigmatic man who'd walked into her life and changed it forever. They swore an eternal bond. By October, everything was ready for trial. Since the case for the Bushnell murder was the strongest, the prosecution concentrated on it. If need be, they could go back and try Gilmore for Jensen's murder, but Wooten expected to prove his case. He had plenty of witnesses, even without the questionable confession. If Harry Houdini was really Gary Gilmore's grandfather, as his mother had often intimated, perhaps he'd passed down a few tricks on getting out of hopeless situations. Gilmore would need them. How does someone with talent and intelligence fall into such a life? Why would Gary Mark Gilmore develop into a habitual criminal who so thoughtlessly took the lives of two young men who'd done nothing to him? In his case, the answer seems to lie with the turbulent family in which he'd grown up. It had been full of fantasy and denial, coupled with rampant and random abuse. Years later, Gary's youngest brother, Mikhail, researched their family's history for his book, Shot to the Heart, to see where things went wrong. His feeling was that Gary reminded their father of his own failings in life and therefore got the brunt of the man's anger. Gary's conduct disorders as a juvenile, coupled with his compulsive personality, took the path of least resistance, straight into the narcissistic and remorseless depths of psychopathy. He never knew when he'd get beaten, nor why, so he formed a notion of a harsh and punitive reality that made no sense. In many ways, the prison system itself was a metaphor of his father. No matter how much he resisted and reacted, he'd always get beat up. Frank Gilmore Sr. was a con man and an alcoholic. He'd married Bessie on a whim, and he'd had many wives and families before her, none of whom he cared about or supported. They had a son, Frank Jr., and then Gary came along while they were wandering aimlessly through Texas under the pseudonym of Kaufman to avoid the law. Frank christened him Fay Robert Kaufman, which Bessie quickly changed to Gary, but his birth certificate proved to be a sore spot years later. Gary thought he'd been illegitimate, deciding that this was the reason that his father had never loved him. Frank had many dark secrets, and Bessie was a Mormon outcast. They seemed to cling to each other to escape the realities of their pathetic lives. Frank craved independence and would disappear for long stretches of time. Bessie, for her part, did not allow the children to touch or hug her, so there was emotional deprivation from both parents. Yet Bessie did want security, so she persuaded Frank to settle in Portland, Oregon, and open a legitimate business. He actually succeeded at it, and for a while, they were happier. Yet Frank drank heavily, which sent him into terrible rages. He'd whip his sons severely. The boys soon learned that no matter what they said or did, their father simply wanted to brutalize them, all the while insisting that they love him. One time, Gary was abandoned on a park bench while his father went to scam someone, and he ended up in an orphanage for several days. As he grew older, Gary reacted. He began to despise people in authority, and they, in turn, treated him in a way that reminded him of his father. Both parents turned a blind eye to his problems, pretending they would just go away somehow. Neither respected the law, and they would rather get their children off than let them learn the consequences of their actions. The point at which psychological intervention might have made a difference for Gary, Frank refused to pay for it. On top of all this, Bessie had a deep-rooted superstition about Gary that went back to her own childhood. She believed that as a girl playing with a Ouija board, she had conjured up a demonic ghost that had attached itself to her family. When one of her sisters was killed and another paralyzed in an accident, she felt certain it was the ghost. Then she married Frank and found out that his mother, Faye, was a medium who could get spirits to materialize. One night while at Faye's house with 3 of her sons, including Gary, she learned that there was to be a special seance to contact a spirit who had died under the shameful suspicion of murder. Bessie stayed away. After the ceremony, she found Faye in a state of exhaustion with an expression on her face of great fear and helplessness. She helped the older woman to bed, but later that night, Bessie woke up to the feel of being touched, and when she turned over, she was looking into the face of a leering, inhuman creature. She jumped out of bed and saw Faye, an invalid, staggering toward her, insisting that she get out now. "It knows who you are," Faye shouted. Bessie ran to Gary's room and saw the same figure leaning over her son, staring into his eyes. She grabbed the kids and ran. Faye died shortly thereafter, and Gary began to have terrible, shuddering nightmares that he was being beheaded. He was certain something was trying to get him, and the nightmares haunted him the rest of his life. Bessie saw the entity again in their house, and that's when Gary began to get into trouble. He continued having dreams, swearing that something was in the room with him. Bessie concluded that the thing had taken over her son's soul. His life thereafter was filled with angry, malevolent energy that seemed bent on self-destruction. Whether influenced by a demon or by familial abuse, Gary developed a death wish that guided his actions. He seemed destined to die in some violent manner, though he'd often heard his mother's horror stories of an execution that she claimed to have witnessed as a girl. She'd been enraged that her father had taken her, a mere child, to witness a hanging. She told this story over and over. All of the boys believed that she'd really witnessed this incident, and it had left a deep impression on them. Yet when Mikhail researched it in Utah records, he realized that it was impossible for her to have witnessed such an event. She had made it up, possibly deriving this metaphor from her helplessness and anger. Yet it was a fatal vision that may have marked her second son with a sense of inevitability. Mikhail concludes that the lies she told revealed terrible psychological truths that became an unspoken emotional legacy for her sons. They wanted to erase themselves from existence, and, in fact, one was murdered, one was executed, one dropped into a psychological coma, and one, Mikhail, became a writer. 2 public defenders, Craig Snyder and Mike Esplin, took on Gilmore's case, but it looked pretty hopeless. There was an eyewitness who placed him near the Bushnell murder with the cash box and gun in his hand, and to top it all, he'd shot himself with the same gun. Then there was his cache of stolen guns, not to mention his apparent confession to a cop and later to his cousin. He told Brenda to tell his mother it was true. As vague as that was, the jury could construe it as an admission of guilt. Their best hope was to find some legal technicality and take it to an appeals court. While Noel Wooten was asking for the death penalty on the grounds that Gilmore was a danger to society should he ever escape and a threat to other inmates if sent to prison, no one had been executed in Utah for 16 years. Wooten wasn't a death penalty advocate, but he did believe there was no possibility for Gilmore's rehabilitation. And even if he managed to get this sentence, he believed there was a small likelihood of it being carried out. Gilmore's trial lasted only 2 days, starting on October 5, 1976. The transcripts lay out the main events. An FBI ballistics expert matched 2 spent cartridges and the bullet from Bushnell to the gun left in the bush. A patrolman had traced Gilmore's trail of blood to that same bush, and the witness named Gilmore as the person he saw at the motel. The defense had no defense. When the 2 lawyers quickly rested without calling witnesses, Gilmore protested. The following day, he asked the judge if he could take the stand to present his own defense. He figured that, based on what they had heard from the prosecution, it would take the jury less than a half an hour to convict him, and he wanted the chance to tell his story. He thought he had a good case for insanity. After all, he'd felt completely dissociated during the commission of the crime, like it was inevitable, and he couldn't have done anything differently. He didn't have control. His lawyer stood up and indicated that they had consulted 4 separate psychiatrists, all of whom had said that Gilmore had known what he was doing and that it was wrong. While he did have an antisocial personality disorder, which may have been aggravated by drinking and Fiorinol, he did not meet the legal criteria for insanity. Faced with that, Gilmore withdrew his request. He seemed suddenly to resign himself to the hopelessness of his situation. He'd already experienced some remorse for what he'd done, but thought he'd probably end up doing it again. Never had he felt so much pain as that week without Nicole, according to what he said in his letters to her, and he knew he'd have kept up the spree, mindlessly hurting others. In closing, Wooten took pains to point out that Ben Bushnell had been shot by a gun held directly against his head. It had been no random shot, but quite deliberate. Esplin countered with the fact that Gilmore himself had been wounded by the gun going off accidentally. It could have been the case that it had discharged accidentally in the incident that had resulted in Bushnell's death, even if held against him. Maybe Bushnell had moved suddenly. Since there are no eyewitnesses, who was to say differently? He urged the jury to find Gilmore guilty of a lesser crime of second-degree murder committed during a robbery, or even to acquit him altogether. On October 7, 1976, after an hour and 20 minutes, the jury returned a verdict of guilty of murder in the first degree. Then, after lunch, the sentencing phase, called the mitigation hearing, began. Again, the defense lawyers were at a disadvantage, since it was Gary's own family who had turned him in. Clearly, they were afraid of him. Brenda felt that Gilmore had betrayed her trust and that he ought to pay for what he'd done. Getting good witnesses looked pretty hopeless, yet no one could have predicted at that moment that Gilmore's own worst enemy in this regard would be himself. At the end of the hearing, Gilmore was asked if he had anything to say, with the expectation that he would show some remorse. But all he said was, "I'm finally glad to see that the jury is looking at me." The sentence was death, arrived at unanimously, and to be carried out on November 15th, just over a month hence. Gilmore was asked to choose between being hanged or shot by a firing squad. He chose the latter, believing that a hanging could easily be botched. While his attorneys prepared the expected course of action, Gilmore took the unexpected one. Although his attorneys had every intention of running an appeal, they told Mailer, Gilmore made up his mind to accept his due. He fired Esplin and Snyder and hired Dennis Bose, a lawyer from California who had written to him on a whim in support of his desire to go through with the execution. Bose also revealed his interactions with Gilmore to Mailer, who talked with various other people who'd spoken to Bose. Gilmore traded an exclusive interview for the man's services. But as Mailer saw it, Bose got hungry for the writer's life and started talking too much to the media. Gary decided to fire him. Yet the very idea that a man was going to be executed stirred the residents of Utah into attention. This hadn't happened in 16 years. To top it off, in 1972, the U.S. Supreme Court had ruled in the case of Furman v. Georgia that the death penalty as currently applied was cruel and unusual. Therefore, it was unconstitutional. All states were ordered to commute death sentences to life imprisonment. There was no more death row. Then, 4 years later, after the states had revised their laws, the Supreme Court made a series of rulings that allowed capital punishment to be reinstated for certain types of murders. Thus, as of July 2, 1976, just 3 weeks before Gilmore committed his murders, such an act became a capital offense in Utah, and not without considerable controversy. While the hiatus had only lasted 4 years, it had been 10 full years since the U.S. had executed anyone. Then, when Gilmore said that he did not wish to appeal, the Attorney General, Earl Dorius, wondered if the court might be caught in a net of its own making. Gilmore was supposed to be executed within 60 days of sentencing. There were no provisions for what might happen if they didn't get the deed done within the scheduled time frame. They hadn't executed a man in so long, he couldn't be certain that they'd be ready in time. Dorius wondered if it was possible that, on a technicality, Gilmore might just go free. In fact, as he indicated to Mailer, he wasn't altogether certain how to put together a firing squad. Just a few days before his scheduled execution, Gilmore argued his case before the justices of the Utah Supreme Court, insisting that he did not wish to spend his life in prison, particularly not on death row. He thought the sentence was fair and proper, and he wanted to accept it like a man. "It's been sanctioned by the courts," he said, "and I accept that." To his mind, it was his karma to die. He'd had dreams of it all of his life, and he had come to believe that he owed a debt from a past life. The manner in which he was to die would be a learning experience for others. That was all right with him. By a vote of 4-1, the justices granted his wish. He requested that his last meal be a 6-pack of beer. But there were groups who could not abide by such a decision, either on Gilmore's part or on the part of the law. The protests began at once, and his former lawyers felt duty-bound to continue to file an appeal. When Gilmore's mother heard about it, she told her youngest son. McHale's comment, according to Mailer, was not to worry. "They haven't executed anyone in this country for 10 years, he said, "and they're not going to start with Gary." November 15th came and went. Associations against the death penalty, including the American Civil Liberties Union and the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, intended to stop this execution. They did not want such a precedent on the record of the court giving in to a defendant and dispensing with the appeals process. On behalf of the prison population, as well as future prisoners, they felt they could not allow this procedure to continue in the direction in which it was going. A stay of execution was granted, despite Gilmore's protests. He was ready to die. He wanted this over with. Then he and Nicole formed a plan, which was documented in their letters to each other. She also admitted it later in filmed interviews. Gilmore instructed her to go around to various doctors to collect as many barbiturates as she could get. She managed 50 pills. Smuggling half in a balloon inside her vagina, she handed them over to Gary. Then, at midnight, she swallowed her dose. Gary was supposed to do likewise, but he waited till closer to morning, which gave the appearance that he wanted her to die while he was found and saved. In fact, they both survived, but now Nicole was effectively cut off from her lover. There were to be no more communications between them. Nicole was signed into a psychiatric facility for observation. In the meantime, the rights to Gilmore's story were up for sale. He authorized Uncle Vern to negotiate, and he ended up selling to Lawrence Schiller and ABC for $50,000, which Gilmore distributed randomly among relatives and former associates from prison. He fully expected to die in December. Authorizing another lawyer, Ron Stanger, to speak on his behalf, he went before the Utah Board of Pardons to plead his case once more and ask all of the religious and civil rights groups to butt out. "It's my life and my death," he insisted on film. He hadn't realized that no one had taken the sentence seriously. He didn't know it was all a joke. He expected that if they were going to hand it down, they were going to carry it out. As he spoke, his courage and anger were both evident. He wanted this over with. His execution was set for December 6th, 2 days after his 36th birthday. Then, on December 3rd, Gilmore's mother stepped in. She was represented by the same lawyer whose rhetoric had convinced the Supreme Court to stop capital punishment several years earlier until the laws were changed. She requested a stay on her son's behalf. He'd been on a hunger strike ever since he'd been separated from Nicole, she claimed through the lawyer, so he didn't know what he was doing. She should be able to step in. Gilmore composed an open letter to her, published by the press, to ask that she allow him to get on with it. 10 days later, the stay was overturned, and Gilmore ended his 25-day hunger strike. Upon learning that he would still have to wait another month for his execution, he tried once again to kill himself, but was found in time. Then McHale decided that he needed to try to stop the process. He went to Utah to talk to his brother, describing the meeting in detail in his book, and was ultimately convinced that Gary knew what he was doing and wanted to do it. On film, McHale said that Gary had quoted Nietzsche to him, that "a time comes when a man should rise to meet the occasion." That's what he was trying to do. During their last meeting, Gary kissed Mikhail on the mouth and said, "See you in the darkness." Mikhail left without taking any further action. Finally, it was scheduled for January 17, 1977. Overnight, the courts had continued to wrestle with the legal questions before them. A federal court judge in Salt Lake City ordered a stay, but the 10th Circuit Court in Denver set it aside. The ACLU continued to protest this right up to the moment that Gilmore began his walk as a dead man. Even as late as 7:30 a.m., Gilmore's fate hung in the balance. It was the U.S. Supreme Court that finally decided the issue. The execution was allowed to go on as scheduled. The night before he was to die, Gilmore had been given plenty of drugs. His relatives visited, and he was in good spirits. Uncle Vern admitted on A&E that he'd brought in some whiskey, which Gilmore drank down. Then Johnny Cash, his favorite singer, called and sang him a song. Gilmore tried to sing it with him. Then he made a tape for Nicole on which he asked her to kill herself for him. Finally, the circus was over. All of those who believed the con was bluffing, that he'd change his mind at the last minute, were in shock. Gilmore had asked to be allowed to die, and he was going to die. At 8 a.m. on January 17, 1977, the volunteer firing squad got into place. 4 of the 5 weapons were loaded, and 1 would fire a blank. That way, each man would have some idea that perhaps he was not the one who had ended another man's life. They placed the barrels of their rifles through small square holes in a wall as Gilmore was strapped into a chair. He gave his watch to Vern to give to Nicole. He'd broken it at his estimated time of execution. A paper target was placed over his heart and a black corduroy hood over his head. He was strapped into the chair. The least movement could make the bullets miss their mark. Mailer gives a full account of the final minutes, which were also described on film by some of those who attended. Asked for last words, Gilmore said, "Let's do it." Then to the priest delivering last rites, he said in Latin, "There will always be a father." The countdown began. Gilmore appeared calm. There were 3 distinct shots. His head went forward into the strap, his right hand delicately lifted, then dropped. The spectators he'd requested to witness the event watched as blood flowed from his heart down his shirt and onto the floor. The doctor went forward to listen and said that he was still alive. In 20 more seconds, it was over. 3 lives had been tragically wasted. Bessie got the news that there had been a stay, but then she saw on the television that her second son, Gary Mark Gilmore, had been executed. Some of his organs were donated before he was cremated, and his ashes were spread in 3 designated areas of Utah, including Spanish Fork. His immortal words, "Let's do it," opened the door for other convicted criminals to be put to death. Since 1977, there have been around 1,500 executions in the United States.